Good morning, everybody. It looks like we're having a fun morning here in Arizona. Hopefully, you guys are doing well out there. It looks like we're being removed from.
Are live already. So give us 2 seconds and we will.
Oh, can they hear us?
They can hear us.
Well, good morning, everybody. While Jared's fixing that, we will just let you know that we are Mulqueen Sewing Center in sunny Arizona. We've been a family business since 1977. We have 3 generations working together. We come live every third Saturday of the month to do these fun virtual events with special guests every time, like the group that we have today. We have Rhonda from Schmetz Needles. We have Devin from the Scissor Company, and we have Judy from Floriani and Quilter Select, which we always love when they are here with us, because all of these companies have such fun products, and we're excited for specials. We have some bundles available with the Schmetz Needle Company, which we're excited to share with you today. Behind me is the wonderful projects that people have made with our new contest called Clash of the Cloth. We were blown away by what you guys have created. I do believe we have the most amazing customers. They are very skilled. We'll show each one of them again a little bit later today to make sure that you want to vote for the prize or the project here that is your favorite. And the photos don't do it justice. So we want to show each one of them again. And if you would like to participate in voting, if you go to mulqueen.com, which is all over the background of me, just our last name, mulqueen.com, you can, right on the homepage, you can click on the Clash of the Cloth logo, and you can do your voting there. The voting will go all the way until the afternoon when we show each one of these cool projects up close to the camera. And so you can vote now, and we're okay if you vote again later. But it's okay to vote more than once. Once again, I'm Darren Mulqueen from Mulqueen Sewing Center. My mom and dad, who are still working full-time, created our company back in 1977. And I have 2 brothers. The 3 boys have been in the business since we were this tall. So we've been in it forever, and we have fun with it. We now have our 3rd generation starting with us, like my partner in crime here, Jer.
Hi, everyone.
There's Jer Mulqueen. How long have you been working here, Jer?
3.5 years or so now. So.
That is wonderful.
Been into a bunch of trouble.
Yep. Later on, Jer might show you, he's got an extra button on his shirt. He might, just kidding. He won't show that to you, but
probably not.
No. We do have fun here. So hopefully you guys are local. If you're not, please come and visit us at some point. We have 3 locations, one in Mesa. That's our main store, our biggest store. Our Tempe store is the newest location of ours on Kyrene and Warner. And then we have one on the other side of town, which is in Glendale, Arizona. It is probably the oldest location that we have. I think it was there before this location here in Mesa. So we're excited for some prizes that we'll be giving away. And if you do purchase something today, just know that we have some wonderful gifts that we'll put into the package as we ship it out while supplies last. So we do have some fun gifts that will go inside with any purchase while those last. If you don't mind to share this stream to your friends and family, so that we can show support for these companies, Schmetz Needle Company, Kai Scissor Company, and the Floriani Company. And then after that, we will do the Clash of the Cloth and do some Mulqueen demo gadgets that we'll do later this afternoon. So let's see. If you guys, I think that Jared already asked if you'd comment where you're located, because we're always excited to see people from all over the country. Want you to know that we have an event coming up in December. It's December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, or the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And we call it the Southwest Embroidery Conference. This is our second time doing it. This one is Southwest Embroidery Conference and Quilting 2, because you switch classrooms and everybody will get to use embroidery machines, sergers, digital cutters, sewing machines, and long arms. We'll have at least 12 long arms set up for everybody to use. They're all computerized, so they're not like we're going to be piecing quilting. It's totally computerized quilting. And that is on our website. We are more than half sold out, so if you guys are interested in that, make sure you don't delay. We will talk about it again later this afternoon. We have our bag contest, the one that's hanging behind, it's not a contest actually. If the bag that's hanging behind Jer, I do have one right here. Let me just grab that real quick. As you know, we do have a show coming up at the Westworld. It's normally at the fairgrounds, but this time it is at Westworld. And we were doing this bundle. They are still available on our Mulqueen demoed items, where you get this bag, which is a comic. That's my mom and dad. On this bag, it's a tote bag called the Ultimate Tote. You get a 2022 calendar and 2 tickets to the show. And I just am bringing this up now because thanks to y'all, so far we've already raised $500 for the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation, which we turned in a little bit early because they tripled it. So we actually raised $1,500. Thanks to all of you out there. It's been a fun tote. People are enjoying the comic. And what else, Jer?
How about we show the 9 the contestants projects real quick, and then we'll bring in Schmetz.
Okay, that sounds good. Yep.
So here's the first one here. That's the teddy bear with the hat by Lynn Campbell. They're hiding now. The second one here is going to be the wild animal bag by Jimmy Tran. And then this one's going to be Chef Appel with the toadstool and apple pie by Ruth Gwynn. Then we have the adjustable apron by Deanna Smith. A gathering apron by Linda Spradling. Amazing tic-tac-toe board by Kyra Vega. A quilt by Debbie Cattleman. Star quilt by Carolyn Eaton. And the 10 Sisters Heart quilt by Tracy Edwards. So if you guys want to vote for any of those, you can go to our website at mulqueen.com, and we will, at the end of the day, our segment is the last segment of the day. We'll go ahead and show you guys all of the results. So who comes in first, second, so on and so forth. And I actually have the prize list right here. So these are the actual prize, the giveaways that we're giving. So first place gets $250 gift card. Second is a $50 gift card. Third is $40, and so on and so forth.
So Jared, you know when you're sewing something really heavy and you need a bigger needle, we do offer this needle. It's recommended in your sewing machine for the heavy stuff.
That's for like sewing rocks.
Yeah.
Stuff, right?
No, I was at our trade show one year, and I saw this needle, and I said, I have to have that needle. I guess I'm a little weird, but it's a oversized needle, and I think that we might be learning all about the features of a needle. we're very excited to introduce our first guest of the day. It's Rhonda from the Schmetz Needle Company. Hi, how are you?
Hey, Darren, I'm delighted to be here today. And yes, we will definitely talk about the
Oh, look at that.
parts of the needle.
There is a lot to know about a needle. People kind of just grab a needle sometimes, or they just go by the package because it says what it's for, but now we'll kind of know exactly why there's different parts of the needle. So,
Well, I have a couple goals today, and
yeah.
that is to definitely elevate everyone's respect for that little 2-inch piece of steel, the Schmetz needle. And I'll be going over the parts of the needle, the eyes, how to read the needle chart, etc., so that hopefully I can help increase everyone's confidence in their needle selection.
We're excited for you to show the new and improved the place where you put all your needles.
Oh, yes, the Grab It My Pad. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll definitely demonstrate that too at the end. Good thing.
Very excited for that. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, well, thanks so much for inviting me here today. I'm delighted that so many people are here. So let's just jump right in, because first I want to talk about the parts of the needle. Because when you understand the parts, it helps make your needle selection a little bit easier. And like Darren, I too have my Schmetz demo needle, and this is 17 inches tall and anatomically correct. So it is on a wooden base, just for display purposes, but I think that even virtually, you can see right here at the top of your needle is a beveled edge. And this is referred to as the butt of the needle. And you might think, oh, so what, a beveled edge? Well, stop and think about it. When you go to insert a new needle into your sewing machine, you don't have a lot of wiggle room, do you? So the top of your needle is beveled for easier insertion into your needle holder. Our home sewing machines, 99% of all of our home sewing machines require a flat shank. A flat shank, again, for perfect positioning into your needle holder. There's a little transitional area here. This is referred to as the shoulder of the needle. And I hope when you go to buy your Schmetz needles, you've noticed either 1 or 2 bands of color on the shoulder. And we'll talk about the color bands shortly. The length of your needle is referred to as the blade of the needle. And Schmetz actually measures this area here of your needle to come up with the sizes that we're familiar with. Sizes 80, 90, 100, etc. So the Schmetz needle size is based on a measurement on this area here of the blade. Then on top of the blade, how many of you have noticed a groove? You can actually see and feel the groove on your little 2-inch needle, the groove. And what's the purpose of the groove? Well, the groove is going to cradle your thread so it's not flip-flopping back and forth. Your thread should move evenly and smoothly down the length of the needle to the eye, so you get a nice, clean, smooth stitch. Then we have the point and the tip, and these change according to different needle types. And then on the back side of your needle, how many of you have noticed this indentation above the eye? This is referred to as the scarf of the needle. And the scarf has a very important function. When your needle passes through your fabric and your throat plate, the bobbin hook has to come up and catch that top thread in order to create the stitch. So the bobbin hook needs passing room. So that's why this is carved out, and it's referred to as the scarf of the needle. Now, the depth and the width of the scarf may change according to different needle types. So let me try to share my screen right now, because I've got some I've got some good images here. Windows. Here we go. All right. And okay, so here's a great image of the parts of the needle. Again, at the very top of your needle, you have that beveled edge, the butt. You've got the shank, the shoulder, the blade, the groove, the point, the tip. And I haven't mentioned anything yet about the eye of the needle. And I consider the eye to be one of the most important features to your Schmetz needle. Your everyday needle, the universal needle, the eye is about 40% the width of the blade. But look at the eye of the embroidery needle, and you can see that the eye is wider. And when you look at the eye of the metallic and top stitch needles, wow, you can see that the eye is not only wider, but also elongated. So when you're sewing, what does a larger eye mean to you? A larger eye means there's less stress on the thread as it's passing through the eye of the needle. So if you have problems with threads that are breaking or shredding, you either need to move up a needle size or change to a different needle type that has a larger eye. So I hope that helps you out. Who knew that there were different needle size or eye sizes? Next, I want to touch upon the Schmetz color chart. I hope you've noticed that your Schmetz needles have either 1 or 2 bands of color. So let's take a look at this chart. On the left-hand side, you see the column is labeled needle type. So all the different types of needles are spelled out, and many of the different needle types have a color assigned. Now look at the column on the far right-hand side, and it's titled needle sizes. So each needle size is assigned a color. Now look at the needle between the two columns. So the top, on your actual needle, the top color band identifies your needle type. So on this sample here, we've got a top band of yellow. So what kind of needle is this? Well, we just look off to the left under needle type and we find yellow is a stretch needle. Now the lower color band on your needle is rose color. So the lower color band identifies your needle size. So we look off to the right-hand side and we find rose is a size 7511. So this is a stretch size 7511 needle. But let me just give you a couple more examples. My favorite go-to needle for all kinds of sewing, whether it's fashion or piecing or quilting, is a Microtex size 8012. So what would the color bands be? Well, we look off to the left and we find Microtex is purple. We look off to the right-hand side and we see size 8012 is orange. So Microtex size 8012 has a top color band of purple and a lower color band of orange. One more example would be, what kind of needle would you have if you have 2 bands of orange? 2 bands of orange. Okay, well, we look off to the left under needle types and we find orange is a jersey needle. We look off to the right under needle sizes and we see orange is size 8012. So 2 bands of orange is a jersey size 8012 needle. Now, one more thing I want to point out on this chart is look under needle type. And the very first needle type that's listed is a universal needle. But there's no color assigned. In fact, that box is actually X'd out. So what does that mean? That means universal needles will have only 1 band of color, and that's to identify the needle size. So if I have a universal size 8012 needle, well, I have just a single band of orange. Or if I have a universal size 9014, there's just a single band of blue. So I hope this color chart helps you identify your needles, especially after you take them out of the needle pack. Now, there's something else that we need to cover, and I want to make sure that you're comfortable reading and understanding all the numbers and letters on your little Schmetz needle pack. So at the very bottom of your Schmetz pack, you'll always find the needle size. So on this pack here, we see assorted sizes. We see 2 needles that are size 70-10, 2 needles that are size 80-12, and 1 needle that's a 90-14. Okay, so size is pretty easy to understand, and I am pretty sure that 100% of you know what the size is. All right, but how many of you know what that sequence of numbers is above the size? How many of you know what 130/705H means? How many of you have seen that number and said, you know, that number looks important. I probably should know what it means, but I don't know, and I'm just going to buy these needles anyway. Well, 130/705H is your needle system. 130/705 means the needle has a flat shank. The H translates from a German word that means scarf. So needle system 130/705H is a flat shank needle with a scarf that 99% of all of our home sewing machines require. So don't let that needle system, those numbers, trip you up. That's just your needle systems that you know will work on 99% of all of your home sewing machines. All right, well, let's look a little bit further at our needle pack. And above the needle size, we see that the needle type is actually spelled out. And above that, you see the Schmetz name. And because of the clear packaging of the Schmetz pack, you can see the bands of color. So we know that universal needles have only one band of color. So those 2 needles on the left-hand side with the green bands, we know are size 70-10. The next 2 needles to the right are universal size 80-12. And the needle on the far right is a universal size 90-14. That's what the blue band means. Well, let's look at one more sample and go through the information again. So once again, at the very bottom of your needle pack is your needle size. So we know that this is a size 90-14. Above that is the needle system 130/705H, which means that the needle has a flat shank with that scarf, that little indentation on the back side of your needle. And, but on this sample here, there's another letter, a -E. -E for embroidery. On some of your other needle packs, you might see a -Q for quilting or a -M for micro tacks or a -J for jeans. So there's a lot of information jammed right there on your needle system line. Above that, we've got the needle type spelled out, so we know that these are embroidery needles. And still today, on some of your needle packs, you will see the German word for needle. Above that is the Schmetz name, and once again, you can see the color bands through the clear packaging. So from the color chart, we know that that upper color band, red, identifies an embroidery needle, and the lower band of color identifies size 90-14. So lots of information, and actually redundant information on your little pack of needles. So don't let all this information trip you up, but you really need to be comfortable with reading your needle pack. Okay, oops, let's see. Let me get back. And my screen just jumped ahead, and I don't want to share. And I hope you can see me now. Yes. So Lynn, yes, there are two bands of color on your needle. So, okay, I see that I'm still live, so that's a good thing. So next I want to talk about specific needles. Let's talk about needles for piecing and for quilting. And then I'll talk about needles for sewing with knits and embroidery, etc. So first I want to ask you, what do you think the most popular needle type is? And I bet most of you can guess that. And that is the universal needle. Just as the name suggests, the universal needle has universal uses. It works on your woven fabrics and it works on your knits. The universal needle has a slightly rounded point. But for piecing and quilting, oh, yes. And so this is definitely a needle that is popular for piecing and for quilting. And lots of famous quilters use the Schmetz universal needle. But I want to go over 4 other needle types that are popular for piecing and for quilting. Because I always like to say, with Schmetz, you have options. So how many of you like to make jeans quilts or flannel quilts or those heavy-duty raggy quilts? What needle should you use? You want the jeans needle, the Schmetz jeans needle. And what's so special about the jeans needle? The jeans needle has a reinforced blade. That's a Schmetz exclusive. When you're sewing through heavier fabrics or denser fabrics, you need a needle with less deflection. So when your jeans needle passes through your heavy fabric and the throat plate, there's less needle deflection, less movement of the needle. So you'll get a cleaner stitch with your jeans needle with the reinforced blade. So that is your jeans needle, also sometimes referred to as a denim needle. Another needle type popular for piecing and for quilting is the top stitch needle. The top stitch needle. And as we saw earlier on that diagram about the eyes of the needle, the top stitch needle has that elongated eye. So there's less stress on your thread as it's passing through the eye of the needle. And the top stitch needle has a slightly rounded point. Okay, another popular needle. And just as the name suggests, the quilting needle is popular for piecing and for quilting. And actually, this needle has a special taper specifically designed for piecing and for quilting. The quilting needle has a special taper specifically designed for piecing and for quilting. The quilting needle has a slightly rounded point. And that leaves one more needle type for piecing and for quilting. And who knows what that is? That is the Schmetz Microtex needle, generically known as a sharp needle. So when your books and patterns say use a sharp needle, they don't mean get a file out and try to sharpen it. No, 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 that's a no-no. They're talking about a Microtex sharp needle. What's so special about the Microtex needle? Well, it has what's referred to as a very slim acute point. Very slim acute point. So with the Microtex needle, you're going to get the most precise, concise stitches. And because the Microtex needle has a very slim acute point, guess what? It's going to dull quicker than any of your other needle types. So you will need to replace the Microtex more frequently than any of your other needle types. And I'll also just add that if you enjoy sewing on batiks, the Microtex is a great needle choice. You know, oftentimes on your batiks, the weave is a little bit tighter than some of your other piecing fabrics. And also, even if you pre-wash your batiks, oftentimes there's still some dye residue, and the Microtex just sews beautifully through your batiks. So 5 needle types popular for piecing and for quilting. And let me just quickly review these. We have the workhorse of all needle types, the universal needle. We have the jeans needle, which has that reinforced blade, so there's less deflection when the stitch is created. We have the top stitch needle, which has that elongated eye, so there's less stress on the thread as it's passing through the eye of the needle. We have the quilting needle, specifically designed for piecing and for quilting. And we have the Microtex needle with that very slim acute point. Now, this selection is based on surveys that I conducted, both formal and informal, when I was actually traveling before the pandemic. And I'm so happy to tell you that today, Mulqueen's has these all bundled up for you. 1 pack of each of these needles at a really super great price. But not only that, but they have included the Schmetz ABC Pocket Guide, which is the foundation to today's class. And so it includes that wonderful diagram about the eye of the needle. So now you don't have to remember. And also in today's special with Mulqueen's, they've also included a handy luggage tag because we're starting to travel again, right? So you can put a sticky, your sticky ID on the back side, or you can just hang this luggage tag on your bulletin board so you can refer to the Schmetz color chart. So after we're done here today, you can go to the website and you can order these bundled needles. So I'm really excited that these are offered to you. Makes a wonderful gift and also just handy because, you know, when you're sewing at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, you don't want to run out of needles, right? Okay, so let's talk a little bit about sewing with knits. If you haven't sewn with knits in a while, I encourage you to do that because knits are not like the knits of days past. They're beautiful. They have a beautiful hand, beautiful textures, colors, patterns, and they're fun to sew. If you haven't sewn with a knit before or even recently, start with something simple. Start with a little t-shirt for a youngster or for yourself. And part of the success of sewing with knits is using the appropriate needle. So there are 2 needle types you must have in your stash when you're sewing with knits. And the first is the jersey needle. The generic name for a jersey needle is a ballpoint needle. The jersey needle has a medium ballpoint. The other needle type that you need in your stash when sewing with knits is a stretch needle. And guess what? The stretch needle also has a medium ballpoint. But what's different is the eye of the stretch needle is a little bit smaller and the scarf of the stretch needle is a little bit deeper. Those 2 differences make a world of difference in how your machine, your fabric, and your thread and your technique all interact together. So 2 needle types that you need when sewing with knits is a jersey and the stretch needles. But if you're sewing on a knit, how do you know which needle type to use? Well, there is a rule of thumb. If it's just a regular knit fabric, start with the jersey needle. But if your knit fabric has lycra, spandex, or elastic, start with the stretch needle. Start with the stretch needle. Or how many of you like to sew minky or cuddle fabric? Yeah, even Shannon Fabrics that manufactures cuddle fabrics recommends the stretch size 90-14 for their cuddle and also for minky fabrics. So using the appropriate needle will make a world of difference. Now, in the real world, that's your rule of thumb. If your fabric has lycra, spandex, or elastic, use the stretch needle. And most of the time that rule works, but sometimes, you know, what happens to the rules? You have to break the rule. Sometimes stretch and jersey needles are interchangeable, but not always. And just to give you a real life example, a couple months ago, I was making a t-shirt that had 3% lycra. So what needle did I use? Yeah, I started out with the stretch needle. And I just didn't like the stitch quality. And I thought, well, that's kind of weird, but you know, it happens sometimes. There's a lot of difference in our fabrics. So I just switched to the jersey needle and voila, it worked perfectly. So it's good to have both stretch and jersey handy. And I'm so happy to tell you that Mulqueen's has a special for you also, where you get 3 packs of needles. You get the jersey and the stretch needle in 2 different sizes, plus the ABC pocket guide, plus the handy little color chart on the luggage tag. So you're going to want to get this bundle and sew on your fun knit fabrics. So again, if you haven't sewn with knits in a while, you know what? Just jump right in and have some fun. Okay, well, you know, needles don't really change that much, but about 2 years ago, we introduced a new needle type, and that's the super nonstick needle. How many of you have tried this? Yes, you can go right to Mulqueen's and they've got this needle for you. So there's 3 features to this needle, and I think even virtually you can see that the color of these needles is kind of a gunmetal color or a charcoal gray, and that's a nonstick surface. A nonstick surface, kind of like what we have on our pots and pans. So what's that nonstick surface going to do? Yeah, it's going to resist all those sticky stabilizers that we use for machine embroidery, machine applique, etc. So the super nonstick has a nonstick surface. The super nonstick also has a reinforced blade, so there's less needle deflection when your stitch is created. And the super nonstick also has an extra large eye. So when are you going to use this needle? Definitely when you do machine embroidery. Use it for machine applique. How many of you like to sew on oilcloth or splash fabric or hoop and loop tape? Or how many of you like to sew on vinyl? What happens when you sew on vinyl? Yeah, the vinyl gets warm and then the vinyl starts hugging your needle, and that's not a good thing. So the super nonstick will resist your vinyl from hugging your needle. So anytime you're working with sticky stabilizers, fusibles, spray adhesives, the super nonstick is a great needle choice, and it comes in 4 sizes, 70, 80, 90, and 100. Now I want to talk specifically about machine embroidery, because guess what? Mulqueen's put together a special bundle just for machine embroidery, and it includes the super nonstick needle. But we've also included 2 other embroidery needles for you to test out. We've got the classic embroidery needle, which has that enlarged eye. And we have the titanium, also referred to as the Schmetz Gold embroidery needle. Titanium helps to keep the needle cool too. Now, sometimes you get a different stitch experience depending on your fabric, your thread, and your machine. So again, I always like to say with Schmetz, you have options. So for your machine embroidery, for the traditional embroidery, you've got a choice here of the super nonstick, the Schmetz Gold, and your classic embroidery. And these, again, are bundled up as a special for today with Mulqueen's that includes the ABC pocket guide and the handy little color chart. So you'll definitely want to check out this bundle. Okay, so wowza, we just covered a lot of needle territory here. And one of the questions that I always get asked is, how long does a needle last? Well, I have no idea of how long a needle is going to last. It could be 3 seconds if you sew on a pin, over or on a pin. It could be 20 hours of sewing. I don't know how long your needle is going to last. And then we sew through different types of fabrics, right? Which have different textures, different weights. We sew with different threads. You might kind of push or pull your fabric. So I don't know how long your needle is going to last. I have power quilters that come up and say, oh, I'm in such a groove when I sew that I change my needle every 4 to 5 hours because they're aware of the clues to change the needle. So let's talk about clues to change the needle because that will help you determine how long your needle will last. So what are the clues to change the needle? We kind of touched on one clue already, and that is that your threads are breaking and shredding. So yes, you need to change the needle. But another part to that is if you're not changing your needle frequently enough, the thread will actually create a groove in the eye of the needle. And that's not a good thing. You don't want a groove in the eye of the needle because what's going to happen? Yes, it's going to break and shred your thread. So what's the clue? What's the solution when your threads are breaking and shredding? Yeah, easy solution. Toss that needle. What's happening to your fabrics? Yeah, your fabrics might be kind of puckering or they might be snagging or kind of getting tucked down. So what's the clue? Those are your clues. And what's the solution? Just change your needle. What's happening to your stitches? Yeah, your stitches might be skipping. They might look uneven. Or you're sitting at your machine and you're going, well, Rhonda, I'm sewing in a straight line. Why do my stitches look kind of wiggly squiggly? Hello, that's your needle saying, hello, I'm past my work date. Please replace me. Just change the needle. And then there's another clue that people sometimes overlook, and that is hopefully when you're sewing, you're just in that groove. You're in that bubble, right? You've pushed all your worries beyond that bubble. And then you start to hear a little click, click, clicking sound. Oh, that's a clue. Change the needle. If that graduates to a pop, pop, popping sound, now your needle's saying, hey, I gave you a clue with the clicking. Change me. And if you're really not in tune with your machine, you've ignored the clicking and the popping. Now your machine is going clunk, 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 clunk. Hello, what's the solution? Just change your needle. So I'm not just trying to sell you more needles, but you've invested a lot of money into your sewing machine, whether it's $100 or thousands of dollars. It doesn't matter how much money you've spent on your machine. But when you go to sew, it all comes down to your sewing machine needle. And you need to replace the needle. The needle does not last forever. And it's actually a simple little repair that you can do yourself. You just use your fingers to unscrew, or maybe you use a screwdriver, or maybe your machine, you push or pull a lever to change the needle. So think of them replacing the needle as a simple repair. And how much do needles cost? They're not that expensive. And generally, you're getting a pack of 5 or maybe 10 needles. So just replace the needle. There's nothing worse than sewing in the middle of the night and not having your backup needles. So, okay. Needles don't last forever. I'm kind of running tight on time, but I do have another clue for you about slightly used needles. Here's a little tip. If you've got a slightly used needle, you can run it across your fingernail. And if it leaves a scratch, you've got a burr. And what are you going to do? Toss it. Or if you've got a pair of old hose or tights or jersey fabric, just run the needle tip across your fabric, and if it snags, you know to toss it. So one of the questions I always get asked is, well, how do I organize my slightly used needles? And I have the answer for you. And here I'm coming to you from my sewing room in the Chicago area. So I'm going to show you my real Grab It My Pad. This is the Grab It My Pad, which is an extra thick piece of felt, and it organized my slightly used needles. Now, I want to tell you that, so you can see I've got all kinds of needles here in my pad. But we recently updated the My Pad, so I'm going to show you the version that Mulqueen's has. They have this in stock today for you at a special price. So how does the Grab It My Pad work? It's an extra thick piece of felt, and then we imprint the different needle types using the Schmetz color chart. So red for embroidery, blue for jeans, etc. Then among each needle type, there's a cell. So you can organize your slightly used needles by needle size. Then we include a flathead pin, a flower head pin. And you might be, well, what's that for? Well, in the real world, sometimes we have older needles that are not color-coded, right? So once you take that older needle out of the pack and put it in your machine, just remember what needle type and size it is and use the flower head pin to identify the needle currently in your machine, so now you don't have to remember. So we try to make it really nice and easy, and I'm so excited that Mulqueen's has this new version that a lot of stores don't have yet. So we brought these in just for you today as a thank you. And you might be familiar with some of the other Grab It products that we've had in the past. Maybe some of you have the original Grab It magnetic pin cushion or the Grab It bobbin saver. Yes, you know, the little bobbin saver that hugs over 20 of your metal or plastic bobbins. So even if someone comes into your sewing room and decides to toss the Grab It bobbin saver as a frisbee, your bobbins aren't going to fly out. They'll just be nice and snug. But from my travels, people will say, I love the bobbin saver. I have one for every machine, but I wish you had something that was more efficient with size and held more bobbins. So guess what? I came up with the Bobbin Saver Square. So now it's the same huggable plastic that hugs your plastic or your metal bobbins. And now this holds over 60 bobbins. Doesn't matter if they're empty or full. This is the bobbin saver for your regular home sewing bobbin. So a great way. And again, you can get these things today at a special price through Mulqueen's. So let me kind of wrap up. They gave me 45 minutes, and I am on the 45-minute hour or quarter hour. And I first want to say thank you, everyone, for being here today. You know, using the appropriate needle type and size makes a difference. And, you know, I'm just so thrilled that so many people sew and that Schmetz is your needle of choice. So I want to thank each of you for being here today. I encourage you to check out all of these different bundles that Mulqueen's has put together for you. The quilting and the sewing with knits and the machine embroidery. It's a great way to try different needle types and also an easy way to give gifts. So, gosh, thank you very much. And okay, I guess I'll just keep talking unless somebody interrupts me.
No, you keep going.
Well, gosh, do you have any questions? Yeah, you know, I love talking about needles, and such a simple little 2-inch piece of steel really makes a huge difference in your stitches and the quality of your sewing.
There we go. Oh,
you're doing the disco.
Yeah, we're doing. We just need a disco ball. You know, that was. It was interesting to know the numbers, make sure that we know what all the sizes are and the types. So I'm excited to now look at all of our needles.
Yes. So you know what you should do, Darren, as your customers come into the store, say, hey, if you saw Rhonda Smith's virtual, tell me what your favorite needle is. And so people should tell you, they should tell you the needle type and also the size.
We have a fun drawer set in the back of our store for industrial needles. And boy, there's a lot of different numbers back there.
Well, you know what? There's over 7,000 different needle systems. So, you know what? Every day I say thank you, thank you, thank you to our home sewing machine manufacturers that, for the most part, use needle system 135 or 130/7058. So 99% of all of our home sewing machines use just that one needle system. But that's entirely different for long arm machines and also industrial machines.
Yeah, and I remember back when I was younger, people would come in all the time asking for serger needles because they were different. And
Right.
thankfully, they're switched over to where most sergers can use the regular sewing machine needle.
Oftentimes that's true, yes. ELX 705 is a popular serger needle. And what's special about that needle system is that there's actually not just one, but two grooves on your needle. But a lot of the newer machines can use a regular home sewing machine needle.
That is way cool. So if anybody has any questions, I'm glad that you enjoyed that, Marie King. I was telling Jer when you were doing that you are a pro, so I do appreciate how good you are at
Oh, thank you. Well,
Very
I'll tell you what, if some of your fans are interested in my personal sewing, I'm not selling anything, but I do document my sewing. They can go to sewmorestitches.com and they could click 2020 sewing or 2021 sewing, because I got a lot of sewing done last year during the pandemic.
I bet.
More than just masks.
Somebody is asking, what needle would you use for polyester clothing for a memory quilt?
For a memory quilt, you know what? I probably use a universal needle. I probably use a universal. You might want to use a jersey, or might even want to try the super non-stick. So you've got a lot of different choices. Use what works for you and your machine and thread combo.
Rainey Brown is asking, what needles for long arm are they on special? Right now, we don't have a bundle for the long arm. We do have them on our website. Schmetz doesn't really offer a long arm needle that I know of. But
well, we have 4 different needle systems that are popular for long arms, but you need to know the specific needle system. So it could be a 206 X13, a 134R, 135 X17. Yes, so there are other brands that I'm sure you carry. I think, do you carry the GB? Yes,
like
the Gross
we're
Packer.
Handy Quilter, so we have Handy Quilter package, and that's what Rainey
Yes.
has. So we would recommend that probably for her
Okay.
to get started.
Yeah, you got it. You have options.
For
So
6 millimeter lettering, Lynn Maynard's asking, what needle would you recommend for tiny embroidery lettering?
For tiny, wow. You might try the super non-stick in the smallest size, which is a 7010. For super small, you might even try a Microtex needle. Microtex, you might try certainly a 7511 embroidery needle. So you're going to have to find what works best for you.
You know, I didn't know if you mentioned about size 10 needles or smaller when using a needle threader.
Oh, okay. So yes, it's wonderful that so many machines have the automatic needle threader. But here's the thing. If you're using a smaller needles, oftentimes it's size 70 or smaller. So size 7010, a 65-9, or a size 60/8. Those are very fine, small needles. And the needle threader is not timed for those smaller needles. So you will need to manually thread your needle for those finer needles. Yes, good point.
It's
We're finding,
good to have those needles because you do need them for specific jobs.
yeah, and you know, the micro threads have become very popular over the last year or two. And so generally you're using like a size 65, maybe even a 60 or a 70. So you can't use the needle threader on that, but you need that smaller thread, the smaller needle for the finer threads.
Just get your glasses.
Yeah.
Put them on and put white paper behind the needle.
Oh.
So Patricia is asking what needle size for a Husky Lock 936. You know, I think I would have to get my trusty book out. It's not one of the bundles that we're talking about today for that serger, but if you want to email Darren at mulqueen.com, I can get it, or you might know. I'm sorry, Rhonda, you might know the answer.
I don't know that specific answer, but I can give a general answer is that most of the serger manufacturers size their they time most of their sergers to a size 90 14. So that might be of some help. So yes, if you have a specific question about a needle, your specific machine, you need to either go to Mulqueen's, ask Darren, or you know that's the best way is to go talk to Darren and find out, look it up. Because you don't want to mess up your serger. That's an expensive repair.
Leslie is asking for heirloom sewing on fine materials.
For heirloom, you know, Microtex needle is a popular needle for heirloom sewing. Then you can get into specialty needles like the hem stitch needle, which is also referred to as a wing needle. So that gives you a special stitch. And in the little Schmetz ABC pocket guide, so I hope you all get this. What we did was we've photographed all the different types of needles that are available for our home sewing machines. And then we tell you what sizes are available, what the special features are and special fabric uses. At the bottom of page 6 is a little reference, what needle to use with what type of fabric. So this runs for about, I don't know, 12 pages, 20 pages. And in there also I must reinforce clues to change the needle because needles don't last forever. So you'll want to get your hands on this little Schmetz ABC pocket guide.
Let's see if we can do just a couple more because we're running on the time here. But somebody is asking if this will be recorded, and it will be. It'll just go to YouTube and search for Mulqueen Sewing and click on our logo, and all of our previous events are there. So yeah, it's there forever. What is the difference between a 7010 and a 7511? It's basically just...
Okay, let me talk about sizes a little bit. So when you look at your Schmetz color chart, at the very bottom is a size 60/8. So that is the smallest size. And then so all of these sizes are larger. So on this chart here, it goes all the way up to a 130. Now, what I want to reinforce, and it'll help you remember that the Schmetz size 70, 80, 90, etc., is actually based on a measurement. So when Schmetz is a German company, they use the metric system. So they measure this area here of the needle, and they'll come up with a number that would be like a 0.70 or a 0.80, and they take that times 100 to come up with the sizes that we're familiar with, 70, 80, 90, etc. But Schmetz is not the only needle manufacturer in the world, right? There are other companies, and they have a different sizing system, which may be referred to as the international singer. Oh gosh. And those are those equal the metric. So a size 12 will always equal a size 80, or a size 11 will always equal a size 75. So the smaller the number, the finer the needle. So I hope that helps a little bit.
Joyce Jesko is at a quilting retreat, and she said she's still watching, which is awesome. Thank you, Joyce, and everybody there at the quilting retreat.
Excellent.
We have this needle here at the store, so you can look at all the different parts up close if you're interested. I love that prop. It's also a weapon, so if anybody comes in that's mean or whatever.
Yes.
Just kidding. We don't have mean customers. We do have that at the store. It is amazing, like how many times we've put needles in machines, and sometimes we're still always learning. There's something more you can learn on all of this.
Well, let me just tell your customers that they are so very, very lucky to have you in their communities. So what I'm suggesting, what I ask of each of you that are watching here today, is to support Darren and Mulqueen stores. They're in your community. They have all kinds of wonderful events. They bring in instructors. They have quality products, all those wonderful sewing machines and the fabrics. And of course, they sell Schmetz and Grab-It sewing tools. So where are you going to buy your needles and your My Pad, your Bobbin Saver, and your Bobbin Saver Square? Yeah, you're going to go to Mulqueen's.
I love these bundles.
Your local business.
The bundles you've put together are amazing. So I'm excited. And everybody, if you are shopping, they are in stock. So there's no delay on the Schmetz portion of our event. They will go out right away, or you can pick them up right away because we have them in stock.
Yep.
We have the My Pads in stock. You can come in and take a look at that as well. And I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Rhonda. And we'll do this again. Hopefully sometime in person would be even cool at one of our shows. Or
I would love to be in person. So you let me know. You give me a date and I'll be there. Until then, thank you, everyone. And sew Schmetz and shop at Mulqueen's.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That was cool. We always love to learn new things. We've been doing these live events since January, and every month, and it's wonderful when we still can find some fun, cool products like the bobbin savers, the Grab-Its. Here's a little bit of magic that we want to perform here. I'm going to hand this off to Jer. Oh wait,
change though. I have the square one now.
Oh wow, that's weird.
Change colors.
Yeah. So we have square ones, we have round ones. The My Pads, I'm going to open up one later to show it up close on the screen. And all those needle bundles. So it's amazing. And that was wonderful. I'm just glad that Rhonda was available to do this. And up next, we're going to get to the point of all about scissors. You thought needles were cool. We always use needles, and we still learn something. Now we're going to go right into, if it's okay with you, Jer, we're going to go right into Devin so that he is not waiting any longer, because he is here with us. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing wonderful. Did you see all that about the needles? Wasn't that cool?
I caught the last probably 10, 15 minutes of it. But yeah, that's pretty awesome. I mean, it's great to have people that, know a lot about the industry and can give you, exactly what you need. So yeah, that's awesome.
We were just
I like the magic trick, by the way. Sorry.
Isn't that cool? That's TV magic. We were I was just stepped out for a moment and talked to one of our reps, and I was saying we have Rhonda on, and she was saying how she's wonderful. And then I said we have Devin next from Kai Scissors, and she said, oh my gosh, I love that guy.
Yeah, I see her in shows all the time.
So we did a big event it was 2019, and Kai was a big part of our Southwest Embroidery Conference that we did. So I know I'm going to do a segment this year. It's not until December, but
Okay.
I always love Kai. You know, we started carrying Kai because just like normal stores, we carry some of those other brands of scissors, which there's a lot of good scissors out there.
Yeah.
But customers kept asking, "Do you carry Kai?" And I'm like, "I don't know what Kai is." And
Yeah.
so when more customers kept asking us about if we carry Kai, that they never have to really sharpen them. They seem to hold their edge, and so we started carrying them, and it's now our top-selling scissor.
Awesome.
For those little ones for embroidery and the big ones for cutting fabric. So we're excited to have you here, and I do appreciate it.
Yeah, no, it's great to be here. Great to be invited, and yeah, hopefully I can give some new light or some other ideas to those that haven't really thought about their scissors or what they're made of or how they should be functioning. And I'm going to try and keep it, generic. I'll probably point to our models and stuff like that, but I'll try and keep it generic on what you're looking for in a good pair of scissors. So that's my idea.
With that, I'm going to bow out gracefully, if that's okay, and give you the show, and we'll see you in a little bit.
All right, sounds good. All right, yeah, like you said, I'm Devin with Kai Scissors. I've been with the company for a little over 5 years now, and I kind of got my start doing trade shows for the company. Just I started my own business and then was just selling Kai Scissors, and then they asked me to come on board. So that's a little bit of my history. I really found out about the scissors because of the local sewing store out here in Washington State, where I'm from. And yeah, I wish we could do this kind of stuff in person again, but quilt shows are slowly opening back up, and it's been good. So without further ado, I guess I'll jump into it. Kind of go into all things cutting tools, what kind of quality or what you're looking for if you're looking for quality, how you should take care of them, what some of the special terms are like serration or corrugation, and then what other kind of varieties are out there for cutting tools. So yeah, like I said, we'll start with quality. A good pair of scissors comes down to mainly the metal that it's made out of. Most of our scissors, or most all scissors, are made out of a stainless steel, but it's kind of what additives have been put into it, or how refined has the metal been. How much has it gone through to get to the hardening process that it's at. You'll find scissors from all kinds of companies that are stainless steel, just like ours, but they're soft. They're a softer metal, and so they're going to wear down a lot faster. And kind of the companies that are at the top are the ones that are doing work out of Japan and out of Germany. So some of those other brands you might hear of, like Ginger, Dovo, those guys are the German brands, really well known. Dovo maybe not so much, but Ginger really, really well known. The issue with Ginger now is that they got purchased by Fiskars, and so their production has moved out of Germany, and so you're not getting the same quality as you used to get for those. So anyway, the other one being Japan, that's where we're from. That's where our products are made, where our metal comes from, and where the refining happens. We have multiple lines of scissors, so stainless steel that's just hardened, and then others that have additives like vanadium or molybdenum or chromium, and they all kind of have some of this in there just to help either make it so that it doesn't rust, or to make it more durable, or to help it be more easily sharpened again. All these things that are just kind of quality of life type of things. Another big part of picking out a good pair of scissors for you is the grip. We try to offer with our company a few different options of grips, things, just for comfort, how the handle is going to fit in your hand. We try not to go with the all metal handles, just because a hard surface pushing up against your hand all day over and over and over again is not great for your fingers. So we have, in our professional line, we have metal all the way through so that you can see that it's got that quality, but then also has the rubber on the inside so that you have that comfort as well. And like I said, that's on the professional line. On our more standard 5000 series, it's metal up into the handle pretty far, but then rubber just around the outside there. Still trying to get you the best we can at making it an affordable price. So yeah, grip is huge. If it doesn't feel good in your hand, if you don't like how it's moving in your hand, then you're not going to use it. You're going to spend the money, you're wasting your money, and it just sits in your drawer and to never be used again. So comfort, that's why we do quilt shows, right? You come, you feel it, you try it out, you see that it feels good in your hand, and then people tend to buy it just because, one, we're known for our quality, and two, it feels great in their hand. The other thing to consider is the shape. I'm sure most all of you know this, but there's different projects, and different projects require different tools. If you're doing embroidery or something like that, where you need to snip little threads, a big pair of scissors like this could do the job, but it's not going to do it as well as something like this. A little small scissor with a curved point on there, or even something if you're in a hoop that bends over the hoop, one that curves over the hoop and then away from your project. So shape is a huge thing. And where I think Kai misses the mark a little bit, especially with some of our smaller ones, is the finger hole size. Again, coming down to the grip. On some of these 5100s and stuff, if you have larger fingers, it's probably not ideal for you. But we do have options for that. We have our 7000 series. It's got a bigger finger hole. And like I showed on this one right here, kind of gives you that same function of curving away, but also has bigger finger holes by comparison. So huge part is the shape of the scissor and actually how it works in your hand. And I kind of mentioned this before, but the action of the scissor. There's nothing worse than picking up a pair of scissors, trying to use it, and it's kind of crunchy in your hand, and you really feel like you're working to open and close those scissors, and it's wearing on your joints. Like I said, I do shows, and I see ladies all the time who have joint issues, damage like that. They're doing everything they can to use the scissors in a different way to help it last. They're using scissors upside down. They're keeping fingers out of there, just trying to use thumb. I've seen all kinds of things. And I guess I should mention, I get asked, is there a right way to hold a scissor? Yes and no, right? You can use it like this, but that's definitely not how it was designed to be used. It's designed to be used this way, where your thumb's in here. If you can put all your fingers in there. Some people like to put their finger out front. That's fine. We even have in our colored series, like our teal or our pink and our blue, they have kind of a more pronounced finger rest on the outside. And you'll even kind of see that on our professional as well. There's kind of this extra little curve there made specifically for your finger to fit. All right. So things that you're looking for is that, right? Those are, when you're looking for a good pair of scissors, those are the things you want to consider: the quality, how it fits in your hand, how it functions, and kind of what jobs you're trying to do. And I'm sure a lot of you guys could look at your husband's garage and say, hey, what, you have 6 different screwdrivers of this shape and 7 of that shape. And he needs them because there's different functions and different scenarios where he needs to get his hand in there, or maybe he can't get his hand in there, so he needs something long. Same kind of thing with sewing. People want to know how many scissors are too many scissors. You need as many as you need, depending on what jobs you're trying to do, right? If you're going to be struggling to do something and it's going to cause you pain, you should probably get a different tool for the job and make it as easy as you can for yourself, if your budget allows, obviously. All right. The next part of scissors is care. I get a lot of questions about how do we take care of our scissors. So I want to cover some of the do's and don'ts and maybe cover some of the myths on scissor care. The do's and don'ts: do not let your husband or whoever, child, take them and cut plastic. If you are using them for fabric, do not let them take them into the kitchen and cut that plastic up. That will dull the blades real quick, and they will not work as your fabric scissors until you get them sharpened again. That is a big no-no. Another one that people like to talk about is paper. Paper gets a bad rap, I think. Yes, it is a little bit more abrasive than fabric, and so repeated use on paper is going to cause problems in the long run. But if you're going to use it just once, or if you have like a fusible with a paper backing on there, people cut that all the time. That is not going to damage your scissors outright. It will obviously wear it down faster than just fabric would, and that's why I reiterate the need for not constantly using it just on paper if you want it to be good for fabric. But something I like to point to a lot is polar fleece. Polar fleece is a plastic, and if you are going to be cutting that will wear down your scissors faster than cutting paper. So everything you have to do, have to be mindful of what you're doing. If you're going to be using it for polar fleece, maybe you reserve a pair for polar fleece, and then you have another scissor for the rest of your kind of natural fibers or satin, silks, cottons, things like that. Something that's not going to be as abrasive on the scissors. That way, you're not upset at your husband for having worn out your scissors so fast when really you were cutting a plastic material. So something to consider is keeping scissors for other materials, just because they can be more abrasive than others. And typically, if they're more abrasive, they're actually not too hard to cut. So even with a paper scissor, they're not as steep an angle to help keep that blade for longer, because they don't need that sharp blade to cut the paper. Just something to consider there. On the care side, again, back to cleaning. Cleaning your scissors, I would suggest that every once in a while, as you're starting to notice, you got your pair of scissors there, and you're starting to notice it isn't moving as frictionless as it used to. It isn't as comfortable to use anymore. A couple things you can do, real easy, is grab a little piece of cloth of some kind and wipe down the blades. I have this happen at the shows all the time, where someone, we have these thread snips that they're the most common ones that cause this issue. But someone will be using thread snips, trying it, cutting threads, cutting fabric. They're made for threads, but they cut fabric. And then 2 days later, at the last day of the show, someone picks them up and they're like, these don't feel great. I'm like, no, let me see those. So I pick them up, I wipe down the blades, just give a little quick wipe like that, give it back to them. And they're like, oh, wow, these feel great. And it's just an issue of the blades on scissors are not perfectly smooth. One blade we try to make more smooth than the other. But the bottom blade has a little bit of a texture to it. It's a little more rough grind on there, just to give you friction so things don't slide out of the scissors, so you can actually cut things. And with that, it's going to collect little threads here and there. And so if you just give it a little wipe every once in a while, that'll keep it moving really nice for you. The other thing to consider is that threads and things like to get trapped into the pivot assembly here. So what you can do, easy fix for that, if you can't take it apart, that'd be the easiest. If you know what you're doing, take it apart, clean it, put it back together. But if you can't take it apart, get some sewing machine oil, put that right there in the joint, massage it in, wipe it down a little bit, maybe add a little bit more if it's still not loosening up. And the reason we suggest sewing machine oil or even rubbing alcohol, something like that, is because that evaporates and that won't cause rust. But really what you're trying to do is flush out those fibers, get those things out of there that are causing extra friction or causing the blades to be separated a little bit more, thus causing more friction. And then the last thing that everybody needs to know about is sharpening. On your generic scissors that you might have at home, something like a pull-through system might work really great. But as far as for your fabric scissors, something that you need to have really, really sharp, you want to have a quality sharpening job done on it. So take it to your local professional. If you have somebody that's trusted in the area, I would say send it into them and have them do it for you. Generally, it's $10 or less. It kind of depends where you're at. But it's just a really good idea. As soon as you hit a pin, if you continue to cut with that, that's going to cause blade. You're going to have the damage on the one blade, but that might cause more damage on the other blade. And the more and more you use it, the further and further down in the blade it starts to scratch. And then you have to take off even more material for sharpening. So as soon as you hit a pin or something like that, make sure you get it sharpened. You want to get that taken care of. If you just have been using them for a couple of years and you notice that it's not as good as it used to be, there's no harm in sending it in and getting it done. And as far as Kai scissors go, you can send in any pair of our scissors to us. We charge $7.50, and that covers the sharpening and the return shipping to you. So if you don't have someone local, if you don't have someone that can do it for you, we are always an option to help get your scissors in a working order. And $7.50 doesn't even cover the shipping costs for us. So in many cases, so we try to make it as easy for the customer as possible and get you guys back and in shape again. I should also mention that in sharpening, I've seen this floating around on YouTube, and I do not suggest doing it. Cutting foil. Foil is metal, and maybe you could get it to kind of straighten out your blade and work for a couple cuts. But realistically, that is not sharpening your scissors, and there's a good chance you're going to damage your scissors. So that is not something we suggest. And so people that are spreading that on YouTube, don't listen to them unless you personally know them and they can show you the perfect way to do it. But I would not suggest it by any means. We have, specific sharpening tools, and so you can hit the exact angle of the blade and get it right every time, not just leave it up to chance of how this foil cuts through your scissors. All right. Anyway, I think that covers care. A specific term I want to cover as far as scissors is serration. All the time, we've been trying to spread the word about serration, and there's other scissors out there. Karen K. Buckley, I think, is a big one that's kind of pushed forward the serration and the idea of serration on your scissors. I kind of want to show what I'm talking about, and hopefully it can be seen in the camera. I don't know if you guys can see up on top of right on that blade, but there's a little groove on that blade. Kind of hard to see. Basically, what it is you still have a smooth, straight blade. As far as cutting goes, it's not going to zigzag like a pinking shear would, right? It's not one of these, but it's got a little groove on the blade. And what that does, like I mentioned before, is create friction. So like I said, the rough grind is there to create friction so fabric doesn't slide away. Well, this is specifically designed for those super slippery fabrics like your satins, your silks, your wools, Kevlar, any kind of that material that just wants to get out of the scissor and doesn't want to get cut. Serration is really, really good at having that extra friction, those extra surface areas to grab on to the fabric. So it wants to hold in there and stay to be cut, not push out of the scissor. Like I mentioned before with the sharpening, we don't polish both blades and make it super smooth. We just polish the one blade, and that will be the cutting blade. The other blade with the rough grind will be used for holding the fabric in place, but sometimes that's not enough if you have a particularly slippery material that likes to push out of the scissors. Some things to consider when you're looking at serrated scissors is what fabrics will you be cutting? So do you actually need it? And what kind of things do you need to look out for as far as why it might not be a good option? The reason it might not be a good option for you is we have people that need scissors that are super, super smooth, things that aren't going to create any kind of friction for their hand just because joints have gotten bad or anything like that. And with serrated scissors, there's kind of a tactile crunch, 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 crunch feel to it. Some people love it because they love the feeling of cutting something. That tactile feedback feels really good to them. But others, if they need something that's super smooth, then maybe you stay away from serrated just because it does create a little bit of extra friction for your hands. The other drawback to it is the sharpening. So as far as local sharpeners go, I know more and more are picking up the ability to sharpen serrated scissors. But as far as doing it at home, no way, Jose. You need a special wheel to do that. So it would be very, very hard to do. But again, with Kai scissors, you can always send them in to us. We have the wheel to do that. And if your local sharpener has the ability to do that, then they are more than welcome to do it as well, even on our brand of scissors. So yeah, that's something to consider. If you're going to run into problems of getting it sharpened, then maybe you just go for the smooth scissors anyway. Yeah, so that kind of covers serration. If you have any more questions, I know that we'll be taking those later, so please write those in and I will cover that. Before I get into specifics of what we offer, I'm going to just cover specifics of scissors that we offer. I'm going to cover kind of the variety of things that we do have at Kai Scissors. We have rotary cutters, and kind of the big thing for our rotary cutters is it is always covered. The blade's always covered until you actually push down on the mat. There is a locking mechanism on our cutters to make it so that the guard won't move out of the way. But as soon as it's unlocked, the blade is still covered, but it won't move until you actually push down on the surface. And I did not grab one, so I don't have one to show at the moment. Maybe I can get that later. But yeah, there's a little guard that covers the blade. You push down on the mat and the guard moves back so you can cut. And as soon as you let off the surface again, it slides back into place. It's just spring loaded. But the idea being that you never have a blade just sitting out in the open. So you don't have to worry about setting it down, forgetting to close it. Someone comes along and bumps into it, the blade's covered. The only way that it could really move out of the way is if you were to drop it off the table. That would probably create enough force for the guard to get out of the way. But other than that, I mean, I put them on the table at shows. I bump my hand into it, knock it around a little bit to show that you're not going to get cut. And if it was open, you would definitely get cut. So that's kind of the highlight of our rotary cutters. At Kai, we also offer some seam rippers, your more traditional seam ripper, as well as what we call the KSSR, a serger seam ripper. That one has basically a kind of sickle shape to it. And realistically, it's a scalpel for getting into small areas or cutting areas that are densely covered in threads. That would be harder to get in there, and so you don't have to pick out every single one with the traditional one. We also have our KSR, the Kai Seam Remover, and that is a lot of people have mentioned that it looks like the eyebrow trimmers, but basically it's a razor blade with a little guard folded over the top, and in between these gaps in the guard, threads can fall in there, and it can slice through the like a single line of threads that you just have sewn down, and you're like, oh, I messed up. Go in between the layers of fabric, kind of slice through, and then that cuts the fabric. And if I need to, I can grab that in a little bit too. I'm sorry, I did not come completely prepared with all these products right here, although I do have quite a few on my desk. Another thing we offer are knives, anywhere from kitchen knives to outdoor knives, everyday carry knives. If you've heard of Shun kitchen knives or Kamachi, those are brands of Kai. And we do offer some of them, but if you're looking for the full line of Kai knives, the company Kai USA, we're Kai Scissors, Kai USA down in Oregon, they offer the Kai kitchen knives and also the Kai everyday carry knives of Kershaw and Zero Tolerance hunting knives. Yes, Kershaw knives, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, we have Kershaw knives and Zero Tolerance knives as well. And we do have a selection of those on our website as well, just because we're part of the Kai family. But if you're looking for the full selection, you can always go to Kai USA for those. And I don't feel like I'm jumping on Mulqueens here by mentioning those, just because I don't think they carry those. But yeah, knives come from Kai as well. We offer nail clippers, and you would be surprised. We sell a ton of them at shows. They come in all sizes. All Kai scissors are on sale at Mulqueens. Yes. We have a ton of nail clippers and things like that. You can find them in all sizes, a few different colors. You can get them with straight edge, curved. We even have one with a magnifying glass and a light on there. And then the final thing to kind of mention that we offer at Kai are box cutters. We have just kind of your more traditional skinny, small box cutters, and then we have like a more utility box cutter, pull it out, big, thick blade, lock it into place. So we do offer some of those as well. All right, getting on back to the sewing side of things, and definitely some things that you could find at Mulqueens. We have our 5000 series. Our 5000 series are basically any of these scissors that come in the black handles, and they come in all shapes and sizes, as I kind of brought up before. So we're looking at a 5100 here in our little 4-inch, and a 5210 here, which is in the 8-inch. The reason for the numbers is that's how much the size of them in millimeters, because they do come from Japan. So 5000 series, 210 millimeters is how you get to the number here, roughly 8 inches from the handle all the way to the tip of the scissor. In our 5000 series, it is a hardened stainless steel. We have the most variety in that series. Like I showed you with the 4-inch, they come in 5-inch scissors, 6.5, curves, without curves, blunt tips, serrated, you name it, and basically it comes in it. We're talking even like your shears that kind of bend down flat to the table. We have those in the 5000 series as well. Yeah, if you're looking for a budget-friendly, great quality pair of scissors, most of these guys go anywhere from, if you're looking at the shears, anywhere from $20 to $35, just depending on how long the scissor is. I think I should say we have all the way up to 11-inch in the 5000 series. That'd be the 5250 would be the large, or no, sorry, 5275 would be the largest one we have. And we do offer those in a couple different lefty versions as well. So this one right here is the 5210L. This is a true lefty, and I'll cover left-handed scissors here in a little bit, kind of at the end, just because not everybody thinks about lefties and what needs to be considered when picking a lefty pair of scissors. But that'll be at the end of this. In the 5000 series, we also have our pinking shears. We only have the one. If you are looking for another option for pinking, we offer rotary cutter blades with that as well. But we just have the 9-inch 5350, 5350 pinking shears. Got a nice rubberized grip in there as well, trying to make it comfortable for people as best as we can, because the issue with pinking shears is you have so many little teeth trying to meet up just perfectly to give you that pinking edge. And with that, naturally, there becomes extra friction, not to mention just the thickness of that blade compared to a regular scissor is pretty hefty. So just all that extra friction, we try and make it as nice and smooth as we can, and we do our best to give a handle that also helps make it more comfortable. But I understand that this might be difficult for some people, so we do offer rotary blades as well. In the 5000 series, as I kind of covered before, we do offer these little guys, the 5100s. We have the 5135 and the 5165, which is more of your traditional scissor-shaped scissor, big handles, longer blades, a little more sturdy. I'm actually put one right here. There we go. More like this, more your traditional one. That's the 5135 is the 5.5, and the 5165 is the 6.5. This one in particular is blunted, so we do have those options as well. And then as far as the smaller sizes, the really, really small guys, the 5100, the 5100C with the curved tip. We have the 5100B, which basically is this scissor, but it bends out straight, so you can go flat across the surface. We have it in a blunt tip on each and every single one of those. We have it with a serrated edge on every single one of those. And then this one that I've shown a few times is the 5130 double curve. And with this, it comes in serrated and blunt as well. And then also, I should mention in the 5000 series are our thread snips. So the 5120 and the 5125. The difference between that is the 5125 is more of just a pickup and use, kind of what you would picture with a traditional one, although it has a rubberized grip on there. And then the 5120 is a traditional thread snip, one with a little ring hole for your finger to hook in there, so you can use it, keep it in your hand, do whatever work you're doing, flip it back up, use it again, and then flip it back down. So it's always in your hand, ready to go. All right, jumping on down to the 7000 series, or I should say up to the 7000 series. We primarily had these large shears, and that does come in a couple different sizes. Right there. These two particular scissors are the same blade length. So our 7230 right here and our 7250, they are the same blade length, but the handle is the inch difference in size there. So as you go from the 9-inch to the 10-inch, you're looking at the same blade, but just more finger room in that 10-inch scissor, as opposed to the 8 and 9-inch. These guys are a little bit shorter, a little smaller finger holes in there. Yeah, just everybody's different. Everybody needs different things. And I should say, as a lefty, speaking about the 7230s, if the 7250 lefty is too big for you, which is our 7000 version lefty, if it's too big for you, these feel great. I use these. These are my favorite scissors. As a left-handed person, the 7000 series does not have a particularly biased handle, so it's not uncomfortable to use. If you cannot find or do not like that the 7250 L is too big, too cumbersome for your hands, and then I would suggest the 7230, just because it is a great scissor that still works on the lefty, on your lefty, for those lefties. Sorry. We do offer in the 7000 series some of the smaller sizes as well. But with the metal being the way it is, this metal is a hardened stainless steel with vanadium and some of those other things I had mentioned before. With it being that metal, it's much, much harder to manipulate and create curves and things like that. So we just have a regular 4.5-inch scissor. It's basically this little guy that I showed you before with bigger finger holes, metal all the way through the handle, and made of that higher quality metal. Another big advantage to the 7000 series is that because it is a harder metal, we can make them a sharper scissor. Normally scissors are sharpened around 30 to 35 degrees. And then we jump up the professional line up to 35 to 40 degrees, depending on bottom blade versus top blade. But yeah, so an extra 5 degrees of angle because that metal will hold up and keep that edge better. And then I should mention why we call it professional. It's not that it's only for professionals kind of scissor. It's just that it's a higher quality scissor. If you're looking for the smoothest action, for the least resistance on your hands, if you're looking for a scissor that's going to last a long, long time, then the 7000 series is the way to go because of that harder metal. And also I should mention that we coat this particular stainless steel by comparison here. On this stainless steel, you can see that there's the grain there, the grain on there, as you would expect on traditional stainless steel. But with this, they put a little coating on there as well to make it so it's perfectly smooth. It's going to be effortless to use in the hand. And so if you are looking for something that is top of the line, that's going to save your hands, that's going to be comfortable, and it's going to last for a very, very long time, the 7000 series is definitely the way to go. And I cannot recommend it enough. Like I said, that 7230, the 9-inch as a lefty, is my favorite scissor, hands down. It just fits my hand really, really well. And it's super smooth and comfortable to use. And so I cannot recommend it enough. It is my favorite. All right, jumping on to serrated scissors before I finish off with the lefties. As I've pulled this one up before, the purple ones are kind of our signature lefties. Or sorry, signature serrated scissors. We have a whole set of them. It comes in an 8-inch, a 6-inch, and this 4.5-inch. And what I really, really, really love about these is that they come, especially on this small size, they come with these larger finger holes. Super comfortable, even with a small pointed tip, easy to use. And again, with those serrated scissors, they are going to help hold your fabric so that it doesn't slide away on you. I sell a lot of these for like minky materials, people that are going to be using like cuddle fabric, things that just wants to push out of your scissor or is cumbersome. Or even, I should mention, we have the 7150, the 5150. It is a utility scissor that we market as a rag quilt scissor just because it has thicker blades on there. It's serrated, and it's going to keep your fabric from pushing away, while, because it's that thicker metal, it's going to keep the blades together. So you're going to have an easier time cutting through multiple layers like you would on a rag quilt. And it's just a really nice scissor to use. Not going to have that fine point, so it's not going to be good for getting into little small corners and things like that. But as far as having something that's going to keep its blades together and make it easy to use to cut through multiple layers, that serration in those thick blades are fantastic. That, again, is the 5150 for that guy. Another side note of serrated scissors, again, is that any of our scissors can be serrated. So if you go into the store and you ask Mulqueens for a particular scissor and they don't have it, they can always order it from us so we can get it to you. We don't want we want to meet all needs, and we'll try to make it as seamless as possible. We get orders out of here basically same day if we can to the stores and things like that. So if there's a particular scissor, ask the store to bring it in, and we'll do our best to get it to you. If you have a unique need. All right, and finally we'll end off with the lefties. Soft part of my heart. I love lefties, but unfortunately Kai Scissors does not have a ton of options in the left-handed variants. As far as true left-handed scissors go, there are only 2 options. And then sorry, I didn't know we received calls on the weekends typically, but I get a phone call here at the office. Anyway, we only have 2 options as far as true left-handed scissors go. And then on the right-handed side, we do have a shear that has a right-handed handle, or sorry, right-handed scissors with a left-handed handle. So to kind of illustrate what I'm talking about, right here, I have the true lefty and I have the right-handed scissors. And what you're dealing with as a lefty is you're looking for blades that are opposite of what a right-handed would be. So if I turn these around to be facing the same way, the top blade on the lefty is the blade that's closest to you, whereas the top blade on the righty is the one that's farthest from you. The reason for this is when you stick your hand in a pair of scissors, you naturally have a push. Your hand goes in and your hands naturally open and close with kind of an angle to them. And so on a right-handed pair of scissors, when you do that with a left hand, it's going to separate the blades and makes it so that it won't work for you. And so if you go to the left-handed one, put your hand in there, it pushes the blades the same way you did before, but because of the way it's pushing on the scissor with them being switched, it pushes them together and makes it easier to cut. The other big reason for a true left-handed pair of scissors is where you're cutting, where you're looking when you're cutting. So you're coming down the line, you're holding your scissors, it's on the inside of my body, I'm cutting around a curve or something like that, it's always facing me and I can see where I'm cutting. The issue that we run into as lefties is that we learn how to use right-handed scissors. So we put a right-handed pair of scissors in our hand that don't cut, we learn to pull in with our thumb to pull the blades back the opposite direction and cut to keep those blades together. And then we learn that to see where I want to cut, I move my hand underneath myself so I can look over the blade and see where I'm cutting. So I look on the other side. I've made two decisions now that have effectively made it harder for me to use something that is designed for me. So that's why we offer a right-handed version of a left-handed scissor. All of our smaller sizes, all of these little guys, the handles are unbiased, so they're going to work right or left-handed. The pivots are good, so it shouldn't separate on you. But the issue you'll have if you are used to using left-handed scissors is that you will have to kind of look around the blade to see where you want to cut. If you're used to right-handed scissors, this is perfect for you. It works great. But again, if you are used to left-handed scissors, it probably won't work. If you're used to right-handed scissors, all of our scissors will work great for you. And again, back to the 7000 series, our 7250L, 7250L. That one is a true lefty as well. It has the blades that are swapped, and it is our only 7000 series that is a true lefty, and it's in the 10-inch. So I do get some complaints on that front just because the handles are a bit larger. And so especially if you're a female and you have smaller hands, that tends to be a little bit of an issue. And so again, I recommend the 7230. It is a great scissor. It fits your hand really, really well if you have smaller hands. And yeah, the bias on the handle is almost non-existent, so it feels good for you. Yeah, I think that about covers all that I have for me. So I don't know if I want to send it back over to Mulqueens or what you guys have for me. If I have questions that you need me to answer.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Sorry,
That's
I don't
awesome.
know if I'm droned on too long.
There are a few questions here, and if you do have a question for Devin, please pop it up and we'll get it on the screen for Devin.
Yeah, so I see, are any of the scissors good for upholstery? Yes. Most all of our scissors, most all of our shears would be great for upholstery, but we sell mostly the 7250, the 7280, and the 7300. That is our 10, 11, and 12-inch professional scissors for upholstery, and we send out thousands a week for that, for those kind of purposes, just to different companies all over the country. So definitely that would be the ones I would recommend. What kind of warranty do we have? That is a great question. Our warranty covers, as soon as it comes out of the package, if it is not functioning, if it is not working correctly, then we will cover that. You can just give us a call or talk with your representative at Mulqueen's, and we will replace that. That is on our side. That is our fault. And a lot of times, even if you get something from Mulqueen's and let's say the pivot were to come apart or to break, you can call us up and we'll send that scissor in to us, and most likely we'll repair it for free. The only thing that we don't really cover as far as warranty goes is sharpening of the blades. We don't know what you're cutting. We don't know if you just hit a pin. We had someone send a pair of scissors that definitely left the store like this. Never ever have I seen a scissor like the one that got sent back, but it had a burn mark and almost a hole through the scissor, and they said that was a defect. And
Sounds like they cut a wire.
it looked like it cut a live wire. Yeah, absolutely. So something like that, we don't know what you're cutting. So sharpening is on the customer. But as far as if the handles were to break or if the pivot were to come apart, something like that, give us a call. It's not specifically covered under warranty, but we do all that we can to try and help the customer and give you the best experience that we can. So yeah,
We do have an expert sharpener on site here. So if anybody ever needs their scissors sharpened, we do have an expert sharpener.
Perfect.
Yeah. George is one of our main techs.
I missed one about vinyl. What was that? Sorry.
Linda Newser was asking what about cutting glitter vinyl.
Yeah. So you got to cut it with something, right? You got to have something to cut it. And so again, kind of like I mentioned with the polar fleece, you would probably want to have one scissor set aside for that. Cutting that plastic bit is going to wear down your scissor faster than a normal fabric would. And so I definitely suggest having a separate scissor for that function if you want to be happy with your fabric scissors in the long run. Which scissor? Oh yeah, those guys. Scissors best.
I happen to be holding one that Mary Lou is asking what's great for cutting small jump stitch.
Yeah, that 5130. We sell, or we love to sell these for jump stitches, embroidery, or even applique in a hoop. That curve will get you over the hoop, and then again that curve away from your surface, so you're not going to stab into it. It's really helpful. Yeah.
So Mary Lou, it's the N5130.
Yeah.
I forgot to tell people to get notepad out and paper.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, and a pen to jot down some of the numbers. But anybody that's out there that wants to refresh on the different scissors that Devin was talking about, you can always watch this in replay anytime.
Yeah. Sorry, I know I was spitting out numbers, but
just it happens. There's so many things that people are interested in, so hopefully they're writing it down. But if not, they can rewatch.
Yeah.
Is Minky a plastic?
Minky, I don't think so. I'm not positive on that, but I mean it is some kind of artificial material. I don't know if I know that it's plastic or not.
I think Minky is a polyester.
Okay.
So it'd be the same as cutting regular polyester fabric.
Yeah, I have a leisure suit made out of polyester, and it was hard to cut.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I don't really have a leisure suit. But I know that my mom had made my dad a leisure suit when they were a lot younger.
I grew up with a bathrobe, and I've been like desperate to make one for my kids, but just haven't gotten around to it.
Let's see. Charlotte Volkman is saying that it was very informative. Thank you.
Yeah.
And for Tracy Edwards, the one and only, is asking, pointed for jump stitches, but blunt are great for trimming applique.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is
true. Especially, I mean, anybody that's nervous about, if you have a shaky hand, if you're worried about poking a hole in your project, it is better to go safe and have something that's a little blunted than to create that damage and then have to repair it somehow or tear it all apart. So yeah, if you're worried, get that blunt tip.
There's Kyra says that Mulqueen has the pink nail clippers. Check those out.
Yeah, those are great. And I think that one is probably our top seller at the quilt shows. That one, and then the blue one, which is a little bit bigger. I don't know if you guys got that.
Darren actually keeps the pink ones in his pocket.
Yeah, I don't really, but I don't mind. I like pink. But yeah, we do have them in stock right now.
Awesome.
Joe is asking what the best way to store scissors would be.
Oh, I should have mentioned that. That is a great question. So as far as taking care of your scissors and storing them, kind of think of it as the same as your knives. You don't want them rattling around in a drawer where the blades are going to knock into other things. You don't want the tips stabbing anything else that you would prefer to keep unstabbed. So generally what we offer or put on some of our scissors is a little cap. So on some of our scissors, they come with a cap. With others, you can get little rubber tip covers for them, and that'll help keep the blades covered. And so that the actual tips of the scissors won't be able to open and bonk into other scissors or create damage on your blades. Again, because if they do that, they're going to wear out faster than you would expect. And then you might be upset that, oh, these are terrible scissors. And really it was just that they weren't stored well. And so they've been bumping around. So, yeah.
So Lynn Maynard is asking, do we have the rotary cutter? And we do. We do have them in stock, and the rotary cutter blades.
Yeah.
And your blades work on other rotary cutters.
Exactly. Yeah, our blades will work on other rotary cutters. Something to mention about our blades is that they are tungsten steel. So most of your blades are stainless steel. Tungsten's a step up. It's going to be a harder metal, will hold that edge for longer, so they don't wear out as fast. Yeah, so definitely a blade worth checking out. I will say that the price does jump up a little bit from your stainless steel, just because you're getting the higher quality metal in those blades. I should also mention that if you have a Martelli cutter, they suggest not using our blades in there or any other blade that has kind of little notches around the hole, just because they are worried that will tear up the inside of their rotary cutter. So if you have that, don't use our blades, but for anything else, it'll work great.
Irene, we do carry the nail clippers all the time.
Awesome.
Is the wavy blade the pinking blade?
Yeah. So the wave blade is more of an aesthetic. It just kind of creates a little curve. The pinking blade is going to be an aesthetic if you want that, but also it will function as pinking. So if you have material that likes to fray and you don't want to use a pinking shear, the pinking blade is a 45 millimeter, and that works really, really well on our cutters.
Kyra brought up a point that we have more Kai product on our website than what is in the Mulqueen demonstrated section for our live event.
Awesome.
So if you don't see exactly what you're looking for there, just at the search bar on the top of our website, just type in Kai, K-A-I, and it'll all come up. We kind of spotlighted like 20 different Kai scissors and products, but we do carry a lot more than that. So thank you for that, Kyra.
Yeah, awesome.
How do you recommend sharpening your rotary blades? I know there's a lot of sharpeners out there. I don't know if I've ever seen one that was excellent, but
yeah, I had a lady on the last one of these kind of calls that I did ask about. There's apparently a new mat or a ruler out there where you can sharpen your blade. It rubs against that as you're cutting, and that helps sharpen it. I don't know how well those kind of things work, and my original thought on that is you definitely need to swap your blade to the other side every other time, just to make sure you're sharpening both sides of the blade, because it does come to a point. But as far as some of those like true cut systems and things like that, I've been told that they work. We just don't offer any kind of sharpening on our blades. And eventually, the more you sharpen it, the smaller the blade becomes, and it does not work on your cutter anymore. So just something to keep in mind. If you want to keep it fresh for a little bit longer, help it last a little bit longer, I know there's some systems that you can kind of hand crank and things like that. And I'm sure that works for a little while. But it'll, like I said, it just probably will work for a little while.
do you know if the rotary cutters are left-handed, right-handed, or it's for?
Yeah, gosh, I wish I had one on me. So the nice thing, would you mind if I step out for like 10 seconds?
Yep, that's okay.
All right, 10 seconds. I'll be right back.
I'm going to count. Ready? 1, 1,000. 2, 1,000.
Well,
Actually,
he's out.
Stacy is asking how long. Oh, go ahead, Jared.
Talk to him about, or will you let them know about the wheel?
Oh, yes. We're going to do a giveaway on gift card or 2 here in a little bit. If you want to be part of that, just say on the side, comment your name. Just comment your name in the comment section, even though it'll have your name there already. We have about 40 names already from people who have commented previous. We have a prize wheel that we're going to put everybody's name on, and then we'll spin the wheel here. I guess it's going to be after the next segment, but just start commenting your name so we can make sure your name is on the prize wheel for later.
Yeah, that looked awesome.
Perfect.
All right.
There it is.
As far as our cutter goes, so we have these cutters here, and any other cutters that we have kind of operate the same way. Basically, this guard up here moves out of the way in any direction. So as you push down the mat, it'll move out of the way this way or that way or straight on, up and down. So it doesn't matter which hand you have it in. If you have it in your right hand and then you want to swap over to your left hand, you just got to flip it. So there's no taking the blade out and moving it to the other side or anything like that. If you want to share it with your left-handed friend, feel free to hand it over to them and they can use it for sure. And as I had mentioned before, it does have a lock on the back there, so that center position will keep the blade from moving out of the way anymore. But yeah, again, highlighting that when it's unlocked, like I just did right there, it is ready to go. The blade is still covered until you actually push down on the mat. Sorry, there we go. Push down on the mat, then it moves out of the way and pops back into place when you aren't using it.
If you guys are looking for something that you don't see on our site, just if you don't mind to email, is it okay to have them email you, Jer?
Yeah.
Jer's email is ger@mulqueen.com, because we want you to take advantage of our specials, and we don't want you to miss out on anything that you're interested in. So please just email Jer, and we'll make sure that we get it on our website. It could be that some items have run out and that takes it down from our site, which is kind of unfortunate. So we generally try to turn on unlimited stock. And then after our live event, like on Monday morning, we will quickly order, so that if you do place an order, some items may be a week out to get it, and then we'll ship it out to you. So just please bear with us on any order. But if you are looking for something you don't see, please email us so we can get it for you. And the rotary cutters, I know we do have them in stock, but I just don't know if they turn those to unlimited. I'll have to have them change that here for all Kai product to go unlimited, just so that it shows up and you're not missing out on our specials.
Yeah, it's a great problem to have.
It's hard on these lives because you don't know how many to stock. And
oh, you're telling me I do these trade shows, and I look at my numbers from the previous year. I bring a little bit more, and then the friends have been talking about a particular item that they didn't buy last year, and now all of a sudden I got no stock. So, yeah,
on the first day of a show.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Generally it's the second day, but but yeah, it happens at almost every show. You just can't guess what people are going to order. It's hard.
Here, we put it back on the main screen. Let's see here. Jared's typing in names into our prize wheel. Let's see. Sure, soaking up all the great information. Thank you, Sue. Let's see. Carlin Eaton is enjoying these Saturday events.
Awesome.
Maria Goetz. We are in Arizona. Mesa, Arizona is this location that we're at today, but we have one in Tempe and one in Glendale. And then our website is everywhere.
Yeah.
We had somebody order the other day from us from Florida. And her name was Karen Mulqueen. I think it was Karen. Is that right?
Nice.
But her last name was Mulqueen, Stephanie Mulqueen, and we were like, "Wow, that's crazy." They has the same last name.
She found you.
Let's see. Any other questions? Gloria is thanking you for showing how to unlock the rotary cutter. She enjoyed that.
I guess I could also show how to change a blade on one of these guys, and just the simplicity of it.
Yeah.
So with our cutters, it's pretty easy. You just take off that top nut, pull that off there, separate the blades, and you'll notice there's no washers or anything crazy in here. Right? You just take off the blade, put a new blade on, and stick the two pieces back together, attached by the nut, and that's it. So no extra washers or things to figure out, which way does it need to face or what side, which one goes in what order. Super easy. Just pop it apart, take out the blade, put it back together.
Do you have any snips in your lineup of?
Yeah, so I had mentioned the 5120, which is kind of our black snip. And then we also have the 5125, which is our blue one. It's more of a kind of pick up and put down one. I don't know. A lot of people have those those in a metal version where it's just, you know, 2 blades and you kind of just squeeze it and it'll close for you. Versus the one that has the ring finger hole. That's the 5120.
So there was a Mary Lou Melzer. She said that she does order from us and she likes our speedy delivery.
Awesome.
Let's see, are there snips? See, we got that. So with Joe. Thankful that I listened to them. Where do you find these specials? Tracy, we'll show you just here in a few moments how to find all of our specials. Devin, I thank you so much for doing this. I appreciate it.
It's great.
We
I appreciate being asked to do it.
We love the Kai Scissor brand and your USA company. Where are you guys based out of?
We're up in Washington. Our warehouse is in Sumner, kind of 45 minutes south of Seattle.
That's right.
Yep.
And when it was like 110 here in Arizona, I think you had like 115 or something up in Washington.
Yeah, we got up to 113 here, and up here in Washington, a lot of places don't have AC. So like I was in the warehouse that day, there's no AC in here. It was pretty nasty. And then at home, we have 2 portable units that we got, you know, one strategically placed in our room, of course, and then one for the boys where they shared the room that night and went to bed together. Yeah.
Those are probably hard to find it during those moments.
Yeah. Well, luckily I got it 2 years ago when it got a little.
Oh, good.
I was ready.
Yeah. You could have probably sold those for a lot of money.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. There's people out here like making their own things with coolers and fans. And I'm like, no. It was crazy.
So I'm with Mary Patcher and love the Kai Scissors. So we do thank you so much for doing this. If I get any questions from people, I will definitely reach out to you, Devin.
Okay. Sounds great.
Until next time, appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for doing this. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Wonderful. We love that. Thanks to the Kai Scissor Company. Jared's going to show really quick how to take advantage of our specials. We didn't really give you much time between the Schmetz and the Kai segment to shop. Most of our notions, you'll see a normal price and then a red price. The red price is the sale price. If you want to vote on, so basically you go to mulqueen.com. Are you going to tell him?
I can.
Yeah, let's have Jared tell you because he knows more about how to shop.
All right. So if you go to mulqueen.com and you click on this first little banner right here, or I guess the second one, this is where you're going to vote for all the Clash of the Cloths contestants. So we'll show you those in a few after our next guest. But to shop, you're going to go click on Live Event Specials. And then when it loads, you're going to see everything that we're talking about today. So you have the Schmetz Needle Company, Kai Scissors, Floriani, and then demonstrated items from us as well as our fabric laser kits. So all of the Kai Scissors that you just saw are going to be in here. If you don't see ones that you are interested in, you can go ahead and email me at jared@mulqueen.com. But other than that,
hey, will you go to the top and type in Kai in the search? So that Cairo is bringing up the idea that some of the scissors are not there, but if you need something you don't see there, give it a chance by actually searching the entire site by typing in Kai there in that search box. The Schmetz Needle one, there's those 3 bundles. Those are in stock, so we will get those to you right away.
And just bear with us on the shipping thing. So if we don't have the item in stock, because we obviously don't know how many people are planning on ordering, but if we don't have the item in stock, it'll come in within 2 weeks and then ship out to you hopefully a day after it comes in. So figure between 2 to 3 weeks and you'll have your items at the longest.
Yeah, that's extreme, that 3 weeks. So 2 weeks should be...
Yeah, Darren actually drives to the warehouses of these companies after a week if we don't get them. So
Yeah.
Um,
And I tell him, "What's up?"
he drives a smart car, actually. All right. How about we do a little giveaway real quick and we'll spin that wheel?
Okay, let's do that.
So I've typed in most of the names so far. So if I go and switch to that, that's not going to be the right thing.
If you guys are the winner, if your name gets picked here from our live spinning of the wheel, email Jer at Mulqueen so that we can get your email address to email you your gift card. And the winner is Connie Williams. Jer will email you a gift card if you email him, jer@mulqueen.com. Email him so he has your email, because he will send you a gift card through email. I saw a friend of ours doing that prize wheel, and so I thought, that's pretty cool. Let's do a prize wheel. And we do have, I see Judy is in our green room ready for the segment that's coming up with the Floriani company. I was hoping to do a quick showing of the clash of the cloth, because we want people to vote, and I want to show them up close. Is that okay, Jer? So Judy, it's just going to take one moment, if that's okay. So we have number one, and they were just not in any particular order. We just picked them, and so we gave 10 people 3 fabrics that I picked, and I thought they were so clashing, but look how good that looks. So this was number one, and Jer, if you pop that number one up on the screen, we can announce that's by Lynn Campbell. Let me see if I can go over here. So that's number one. And number two is Jimmy Tran. This was actually the first one that was turned in. So this is Jimmy Tran. He drove all the way over to Mesa to hand this in. It's fully lined inside. So it's really cool, nice work. They have cute little animals that go in the pockets so that the little ones can enjoy. How cool is that? So that is number two. Chef Appel. This one has a little toadstool that she made with the apple pie. And I'll have to reset these up. But look, look how cool that is. That was very unique. That's Chef Appel. That was number three. And number four, if I can, she said you might have to manipulate the beans in the butt to make them stand.
And I will say, after we're done with Judy Floriani, we're going to announce the winners. But before we announce the winners, we'll give you guys a little bit of time, as well as we're going to read the stories behind the different ones. So there's a few that actually have different stories, little kind of about them.
So this one is a practical one, and I'm not wearing it right, but it is an adjustable apron. I'm going to wear this tonight while I'm cooking. Huh? So I need to bring that up probably. There's a little pocket right here. So very well made apron. This one was number 4, was it? And it had this in there as well. A puzzle piece. That perhaps is for autism. Not sure. Okay, and so number 5, this was really unique. This one's called a gathering apron. I'm going to take it off our little stand to bring it up there. Oh, I just lost the towel. Oh, which one? Yeah. So this one, when you're wearing your apron, you tie it on. This is what I wear when I'm hunting and gathering, because I can put my stuff in my apron It's called a gathering apron, and it did come with a towel that says gather, and it does have also an embroidery on it, which was pretty. That's embroidered. So this one was number. Here we'll pop that back up on the screen. Number 5, called a gathering apron. So we need your help to vote, but don't vote yet. Number 6 is, and I should have mentioned the names on the last ones. This one is Kyra Vega's, and when this came into the store, I thought that the fabric, there was a whole bunch of different colors of fabric. I should fold this right side out to show you, but all of those are tulle that she had sewed over the top of the fabric to change the color. So it's all the same fabric, the 3 fabrics, and comes with X's and O's. And this is actually the right side out. This is a checkerboard. Tic-tac-toe board. So you can play tic-tac-toe. I always win. When we get back to our fun club, whenever we can start getting hundreds of people back in the store, we will definitely use this as one of our games. And she did monogram it, that it's from the inaugural Clash of the Cloth projects, which is kind of cool. So that was Kyra Vega. That was number.
Hold that up one more time. Someone that was asking a question. The pattern is Hugs and Kisses by Sweet Pea. They're out of Australia. And then it was done by Kyra Vega in Santander.
That is way cool. So like I said, the photos don't do some of these justice. And this is the quilt here. Let me just move this out of the way. That is this one. I'm going to mess up our table, but that's okay. The work that you guys put into these, we appreciate so much. You guys are amazing. You're making this contest even more than we had thought it would be, because you guys did such a great job. This one is called Quilt, and it is wonderful. That one is number 6 or 7. That was by Deborah Cattleman. And then number 8 is this guy here. This one is Carlin Eaton. This one is has our Mulqueen on it. It is called the Star Quilt. Oops, I keep going the wrong direction. And all of the fabrics are used, and it looks pretty good. As far as not clashing too much, even though all the fabrics clashed. We had one of our gals here in the store who wanted to make one of these, and she saw the fabric that I had selected, and she said, I can't even think of anything to make with that. And last but not least, the one and only Tracy Edwards. She has made, using the fusible grid of 10 sisters that we've had come live with us twice. She came up with some of her own sections on it, but she did an amazing job. This is 10 Sisters heart quilt, and just keep an eye out, because one day Tracy Edwards will be teaching a class on 10 Sisters grid work that we now carry full time in our store. So that's number 9. So if you go to mulqueen.com and vote for your winner, $250 gift card will be offered today for the grand prize, and then there's also some other nice prizes for second. And I think 6th through 9th, we're going to double that to make it $20, because people spend a lot of time on these, and we feel bad only giving a $10 gift card. So So just know that if you are 6th through 9th place, I'm going to double that so that everybody wins at least $20. And these, we didn't really stipulate what we're going to do with them afterwards. So you get them back if you are interested. I know that there's a couple of people that do want them back. I think the tic-tac-toe by Kyra Vega, she said that that is ours so that we can use it for our fun club day when we get back to that. And what else, Jer?
I think we should bring on our next guest. What do you think?
I think that I'm excited to have Judy from Floriani and Quilter Select joining us here at Mulqueen Live. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Judy.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us today. I know that you have a lot of cool things to show us, and a couple of things that are like for upcoming, some exclusive stuff that's due in August, and I know that you're going to show a few of those. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, you'll see things that nobody else has seen yet, so that's pretty cool.
That is awesome. I do have some things that I'm going to throw in to one of our FTCU. If anybody's interested in doing that today, I'll show you that here in a little while. And so I guess if you're okay, where are you at? I always like to find out where everybody's at.
I'm in Oak Creek, Wisconsin.
Oh, wow. Wisconsin. Is that where you're from?
No, I was born and raised in California, but I didn't leave until 5 years ago.
Oh, okay.
So
you went to the other side of the world.
I don't have a Wisconsin accent.
We have a Oak Creek Canyon here, but
yeah, it's amazing how many Oak Creeks there are.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah. So I do thank you for being here, and I'm going to bow out gracefully to turn it over to you, Judy. Thank you for being here.
Sure, thank you. Hi, everybody. Welcome. I'm very happy to be here. I've got lots to show you. I'm going to be showing you some things in software, but the things I show you in software are some of the new stuff, some of the cool features, some of the free upgrades that we did. I also have some bundles to show you that were created specifically for Mulqueen. I have, again, new products to show you, things that are coming in August. Again, if you have questions, you can put them in the chat box. I will try to answer them. And I know if you ask questions and I don't see it, someone will let me know. But I'm so excited to be back here to do this. So I'm going to share my screen for a little bit and show you things on my tabletop so that you can see what I'm talking about. So let me do this. Let's share. And we're going to share my screen. And see, you should be seeing on my tabletop here, I have something called Fall Back to School, and it was a special bundle that was created. It was for thread. On the CD that comes with it, it is all about back to school. So you've got like the kids, the school bus, the little worm. I love this little worm. All right, graduation, all different kinds of things for back to school. So it's a CD with 80 designs. And then it comes with threads. And this is a complete package. And it is called the Floriani Back to School Thread Set. And they have these things. When you're looking for them, just jot a note down. You'll find them in their shopping portal. And since I have this on the screen, I'm going to go ahead and bring up something else to show you. And let me grab these real quick here. What do you think of these new labels? They're all color and big. This is what the old labels look like. So when you look at Heat and Gone in the future, it will have a purple label. So I wanted you to see what the old label was and what the new labels are. So when you're coming in and you're in Mulqueen and you look in the store, it's not a new product, it's a new label along with our new logo. The fun, fabulous Floriani. So all of these things right here come. Here's the purple with the Dreamweave Ultra. and it's coming in what we call our rainbow bundle. Now, you might have seen our rainbow bundle in the past where if you bought 120 spools of thread, it was called the Spectrum thread set, you got the rainbow software. Well, now we can get the rainbow software with a rainbow bundle. And this bundle has cool stuff in it. It has the cutaway medium. And if you haven't heard before, red color means it's a cutaway. Green means it's a tearaway. Purple means it's specialty. And if I had something with blue, that would be water soluble. So what comes in our rainbow bundle is our cutaway medium and our power mesh. And if you haven't heard, power mesh is replacing our no-show mesh. We've got power mesh now because power mesh is going to hold more stitches than our no-show mesh does. No-show mesh, when you do embroidery, normally in a 4x4 area, it carries anywhere between 6,000 and 8,000 stitches. But for power mesh, it's 10,000 stitches. So that means now when we use our great big hoops, we have more support, and we can still use the rule of thumb of no more than 3 layers of product underneath our embroidery design. Because if you're going to wear it, you want it to move, you want it to be soft, you want it to bend. And once you go over that 3 layers, it gets stiff like cardboard. So if you're going to put it in a quilt to wear it, you don't want to go more than 3 layers. Now, if you're going to hang it up, put it in a picture frame, put it on a home deck project, you can put as many layers as you want. But if you're going to wear it, go to just 3. It also has the Perfect Stick Tearaway. Perfect Stick Tearaway is a sticky that after you embroidery, you tear away the excess. However, there's something else unique in the tearaway. It has fibers in it, water-soluble fibers. So after you embroider, before you do anything to take it out of the hoop, turn the hoop over, dampen the edge, and it'll let you lift your project right out. So you're not straining your stitches when you pull them apart. Then we have this Heat and Stay Fusible. And the #1 rule in stabilizers, if you can fuse it, use it. Fusible is so stable. It makes everything stable. You can hoop anything if you have fused a stabilizer to it. It won't stretch, it won't pull. It's amazing to do that. But what's cool about the Heat and Stay is that after you do your embroidery and you take it out of the hoop, you can gently lift and tear away the excess stabilizer. Crisp, clean, sharp. Heat and Gone, I'm going to get into that in a little bit. We have a different information, and I'll talk about Heat and Gone because some people love it, some people don't like it, but they probably don't know the #1 rule on Heat and Gone, and that the first word you hear is heat, and guess what? You don't want to use heat. You want a cool iron. So we'll get more into that later when we talk about toppings. Dreamweave Ultra, #1 to use to make your fabric accept needle punches for dense embroidery designs. So if you have an embroidery design that's in a, let's say a 4x4 area, and it has 30,000 stitches in it, that needle's going to go in that fabric so many times it will distress the fabric. So Dreamweave Ultra is used to have the fabric support the stitches and all the needle punches. It's also used after you do embroidery, before you give it to someone, cover the back of the embroidery with Dreamweave Ultra. It fuses to the back. It's permanent. That will cover up the thread knots. It won't be itchy when you're wearing it. So several things you can do that with. And then the Floriani Rainbow software. And so I thought I would share that with you. And I'm going to try this. Let me back this way. Should be coming back up to you. Let me see. All right. So let me see if there's questions here on here. All right. Okay. So let me show you what Rainbow software does. So when we go to Rainbow software, and I will share this again. Rainbow software, when we open it, is when we take a design, and I'm just going to pick any old design from our free monthly designs. Well, let's go see if there's something here. Oh, let's just do June. Let's see what we got in June and pick any month. There we go. Let's see what we got. All right. So when we pull a design in, if I want to make something rainbow colors, let's say I just want to make the hat into rainbow colors, the red and white stripe, I can select those two colors. All right. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here to rainbow. And when I click on rainbow, it will change that part of the design. I could do the whole design, but it's going to do just that part of the design. And let me find out what happened here. Because I clicked on the wrong thing. How about we click on the right thing? Rainbow. Here we go. There it is. So look what it did to my hat. It's now a rainbow hat. And you can pick different colors. You can pick, oh, these are pre-made. You can make your own. I actually made one called 4th of July. And this is what it did if I use 4th of July. Now here's something else. You can choose any thread brand you have. Whatever thread colors you have, whatever you carry, or if you want to mix them up, you can. I'm just going to leave it on the Floriani poly and say, okay. Oh, you know what? Let's put it back on rainbow so you can see what it does to your design. When I say okay, remember I only had two colors here, the red and the blue selected. Look what it did to my colors. It separated them all. It put in color stops. I didn't have to do anything. So let me come back, and I thought I'd share some samples with you. Let's see if I can do this. There we go. And let me share some samples also with you. Here is a rainbow design, or a design before it was rainbow. Okay, and you can see that the hearts were all brown. This was the original design, had one little color in it. But when I took it through and selected the hearts for rainbow, it made my hearts rainbow. I had a season's greeting, and these were all one color. It was red work, and it changed them all to rainbow. And then this is one of my favorites. This little truck right here was a red truck. All I did was select the body of the truck, click rainbow, and now we have a rainbow underneath the shamrocks. Pretty easy to do. And the one thing I forgot to show you was that it also includes thread. So this is called the Rainbow Bundle. So it has threads, it has stabilizers, it has all the stabilizers you need to do the things I was showing you here. All right. This would be the perfect stick tearaway because you just dampened it to lift this out so it didn't damage it. Everything is in here. All right. Now, let me come back and get back here. All right. Okay, so lots of new things to do with some of those. Now let's do another one. Here is another bundle. This bundle here, oh, I better show it to you. And share, and share. There we go. So this bundle here is called the Floriani Tool and Thread Kit. And this is really cool because not only does it have the threads and the tools, it has an embroidery design. So the thread comes in here. Now your threads will come brand new and they will come in a box. Mine are off my thread wall, so I wanted to put them in something to keep them together. So here we go. This is the threads that come with it. And then it has our favorite educator tools. And this is really something good to have in your hands. It's things that we felt as educators you would use a lot. All right, we have the curved scissors. Now, if you're new to embroidery, what's great about having a curved tip scissors is when you're in the embroidering and your hoops on the bed of the machine, a lot of us don't like to take our hoops off the machine. I mean, think about it. We don't like to take it on and off, but we just want to clip some threads. That's why we have the curved tip, so that we're able to go in. Now, what's different about the tips on these is they have a serrated edge. There's a little serrated edge. That means when it gets a hold, it grips and doesn't let go. So perfect for that. The little snips, these are a little bit different. They have a hook on the end. So you can see this little hook. Let's see if I can do it that way. There you go. You can see the little hook right there. That's for those little tiny jump stitches when you're trying to get in there and hold it so you can cut it. It goes underneath that stitch and you just squeeze and it's cut. All right, so those are those little snips. And then these next ones, these are awesome. They are bent curved and they have this little ball on the end. This is so you can do cut work. Now, if you haven't done cut work before, got a couple samples here to show you. Cut work means when you do your embroidery, you're cutting something out. So you're cutting this out, but you're trying not to cut the stabilizer that's underneath. In this case, it would be water soluble because we want it to go away afterwards. So to trim it around, we want something like this with the little ball so that when we're cutting, turn it sideways, when we're cutting, the point doesn't go down into the stabilizer and we're cutting just the fabric and it's in the hoops. So we need the angle so that we can cut this while it's in the hoop. And here's another little sample. So this is cut work, and cut work is where you're cutting out and there's no fabric joining it anywhere. So this has all been cut work. This one is cut work with a little bit of twist. There is just thread joining the sides here. So look at the difference. Cut work is where you join a fabric to another fabric. This one's white work. So when you look at white work, not only did we cut the fabric out, now you have thread bars connecting the sides together. So these are all things the Floriani Total Control Universe software can do, is create these. And they're a lot of fun to do. So that's what those scissors do. And then we have this cool seam ripper. Now I don't put the blade in here because I travel with this. But the blades comes with two, one for in and one for replace, is a sharp surgical blade. So you'll put one in and then you'll have refills. Actually, there's two refills. So you have one and you have two refills. This is great for the serger when you're taking out seams. It's great when you're taking out seams from sewing, or if you're opening those side seams to do embroidery on your pants. Okay, let's put that back in there. And then this little tool, when I first saw this, I thought, what the heck do we need a handle for? What is this? And I had to call because I'd never seen it before. Well, I didn't realize you're supposed to unscrew the top, turn it around, screw it in, and ta-da, you now have a stiletto. Now this is a metal stiletto. So here's the advice. If you drop this, let it go. Don't try and catch it because it's metal. All right, so it's great for picking out stitches. It's great for feeding things through on your serger. It's great for holding edges of fabric down as you get close to your sewing. Also in embroidery, holding something down, it's very strong. And then when you're done with it, just unscrew it and turn it around and it'll go back in. All right. So that's the toolkit and the thread, and then it comes with this really cool design. It's called Country Girls, and I printed out the cover so I could show you it also. So this is Country Girls, and this was created by Little Deb, which is, I'm sorry, Just Debbie Designs, and this is by Debbie Homer Hoffines, and it is a cool country design. All these girls on here have attitude. And you can see this, I embroidered them out. They have great attitude. All right. And all of this comes in the Floriani tool and thread kit. All right. Put all that in there. Okay. Now another kit you might not have seen is our pink box. Did you know that the pink box came with pink thread? These boxes are awesome to have pink. We've always had the blue. Always had blue. It's always been blue. That's the Floriani color. But we came out with the pink box for breast cancer. But here's what's really cool about these pink boxes. Not only do they come with the Floriani 30 spools of pink thread, what you can do is you can empty out the thread box and you can put in your specialty threads. Threads that are not normally used for your embroidery. So what I've done is I've taken my personal pink one, emptied out the pink threads, and I put the 30 or the 12 weight thread in. There's 30 colors of 12 weight thread, and that way it'll never get mixed in and I don't grab one by mistake. All right. So these are great little toolboxes to have. It's a great way to ID really quick that you have something different in your box. And this is all about the pink and the pink thread. All right. So let me get that out of the way. All right. Now, one of the things I want to talk to you about that's brand new, as a matter of fact, I just got mine yesterday. So this is how new it is the new pink 6x12 ruler. This is one of those that's coming. All right. But the 6x12 ruler, this is for the Dr. Susan Love Foundation for Breast Cancer Research. And that's what this pink 6x12 ruler is for. It's the only pink ruler we have. You've probably seen our other Quilt Select rulers that are the yellow. All right. Well, this one has the grip on the back, just like the yellow ones. But this one is a specific ruler so that the donations will go to the foundation. And that's what this is created for. So this is brand new. This is something no one has seen. So you're just seeing this. And it's the perfect size. It's the most common size. It's the most one we use a lot. It's a 6x12 ruler. All right, let me come back. And let's see how we're doing. All right, any other questions there? Let me get down here. Thank you. All right, I'm just checking, making sure I'm answering everybody's questions. That's good. Okay. All right. So the 6x12 ruler, awesome. Support the Susan Love Foundation. It's a great ruler, has the same grip. Everything's good. So take a look at that. All right. So now one of the ones that I want to show you is I want to talk to you about a program that's a standalone program, just like Rainbow was. Rainbow was a standalone program. You don't have to have any software but to do that. All right. There is a question here. Can the ruler be used for dressmaking sewing? Absolutely. You can use it for hemming. You can use it for placement. You can use it for just your straight lines. If you wanted to do pocket placement, yes, that ruler is awesome for that. Okay. Oh, Joyce, I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome. All right, so now I want to talk to you about Sketch-A-Stitch. Rainbow software, again, was totally standalone. You need no other software to do that. Sketch-A-Stitch is the same way. Sketch-A-Stitch program, and I'll hold it up so you can see it. Sketch-A-Stitch, again, is a standalone program. It doesn't need any other software to work with. So if you're not into full digitizing, if you're not into full creating embroidery designs and you want to just sketch, and I mean sketch, you just scribble. All right. If you remember in kindergarten, we learned to color, we scribbled, we filled in the lines, we were sketching. All right. If you've seen a pencil drawing, that's sketching. Okay. If you can trace over something, you can use Sketch-A-Stitch, because as soon as you let go of the tool that you're using to draw your line, Those are stitches. They're ready to embroider. You don't have to decide anything. It's ready to go. So Sketch-A-Stitch, I'll show you this in just a minute how it works, but also Sketch-A-Stitch, if you have been coming to the Floriani website, not website, the Facebook page, every Friday, since the first Friday in January, we have given out a free flower design. It actually comes two ways, and it's the state flower. So we have given out state flowers every Friday free, but we also give you a project. Every project has been different. It includes the instructions, photos, everything. It's all free. If you have not done it, you can go to the Facebook page, find the Floriani website, and it's the official Floriani website. And when you go to that, you can click on a link and download all those free designs and the projects. So even if you don't use the flowers, how many projects is that? 50 plus projects, because they're adding a couple extra flowers. So a ton of projects for you to do. Super easy. All right. Now, for those of you that have Sketch-A-Stitch, if you go to the App Store, and right now it's only available for Apple, you can download the app where you can, on your iPad, create a design in Sketch-A-Stitch, send it back to your computer where you have Sketch-A-Stitch loaded, and it will create your stitches for you so your embroidery machine knows what to do with it. So very easy, fun to do. And if you need more information, well, I'm going to show you how easy it is to do. All right. And I'll give you a couple tips for those of you that have it. But if you need more information, on our Floriani software site, which is available only to people who own the software, there's all kinds of tutorials, all kinds of handout or blogs, projects, all kinds of things. But if you need more, Trevor created a Sketch-A-Stitch training DVD so that you can learn about all the tools. If you want to know every single button, this is the way to go. Or if you're like me, I just push every button. But if you really want to know the ins and outs of it, Trevor created this one for you. So I think I will bring up some samples for you to show you samples. And then I will also bring this up to the software and show you how it works. And this one, and share screen, and share. Sorry, I gotta talk to myself when I do it to make sure it works. All right, so let me open up a new page. And I thought I would show you how we could do this with a photo. Very easy, very simple. I'm going to go to my load backdrop here so that I can have a photo in the background. And I will just pick a photo here off my desktop. And let's do, well, let's try this one. There we go. Here we go. Let's try this one. All right. So this is just a plain photo. Everybody agrees it's a photo. And what I want to do is I want to sketch. I want to make this into a sketching design. So to do it, first off, I can make a stick figure, and that's about all. Okay, so but the tools are really easy. This is what your Sketch-A-Stitch icon looks like. Looks like a little painter's wedge. And when I click on it, it gives me all my tools here. And I'm going to go and pick a pin. I'm going to make it a run stitch and pick a tool. All right. I want free motion. I want it to do what I want. And I think I'm going to put this on a lighter color so you can see it. There you go. You can see my tool. You've probably heard all the digitizers like John Deere, Steve Wilson, DJ, even Trevor tell you that when you're creating an embroidery design, you don't really want to zoom in too much because you're going really small. I'm going to tell you when you do Sketch-A-Stitch, zooming in is a good thing. So let me show you. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just trace this little portion of the hat just to show you. So I'm going to come down here and I'm just using my mouse. If you have a touch pad or a touch screen, you can do that. All right. You don't need anything special. You can use your mouse. Now, when I select this, all right, I've got it in here, but look what happens when I zoom in. We think I drew really good, right? I really didn't. Look at those lines. They're kind of crooked, and I'm on his hand. That's not a problem for Sketch-A-Stitch because you have this tool that's called Shape. And when you click on it, it gives you all these little, what we call nodes. So you can put your shape exactly where you need it. I'm not going to move all of them. I'm just going to move a couple. So by zooming in, I can see how I really missed. And so what I want to do is I want to get my shape tool and I want to grab these little nodes and I want to put them right where they should be. All right, I'm just picking them up and moving them. So even if you can't draw a straight line, you can still use Sketch-A-Stitch and you can create your design and get it exactly like you want it. So all I did is move these nodes back up here. Oops, missed my node. Let me grab that. All right. Now, when I right click, that original line goes away and look how smooth that got. So anything can be corrected. It's really easy to do. I wanted to show you one other way to do this. If I bring in a new photo, so let me get a new page, and I bring in another photo, doesn't have to be people, it can be anything you want, and I'm going to load another picture. And this time, let's do something like a scenic sign. All right, so I've got one that I like, and let's go ahead and get it. Let's do this one. So if you have a photo of a place you've been and you want to draw it, again, zooming in is a great way to do it. There's a little boat right here. And if I were to try and take my tool and trace it right now, that's pretty hard. But if I zoom in on it, I can see the boat better. And so what I'm going to do is click on my tool, get my tool. There we go. And I'm just going to trace it. So again, if I can't draw a straight line, see how I went crooked? If I wanted to, I could come back and fix it, or I could just fill this in however I want to fill it in. Just fill in. Maybe what I want to do is just scribble this in, because in reality, that is a very tiny boat. So let me show you. Let me come back here and let me show you some of these. Okay. So here is the scenery that I was just playing with. And there's that tiny boat. It's very tiny. Okay. So have some fun with it. Play. This is an open sketch. This is just a tracing. Here's one that Trevor did of the Atlanta skyline. Here's one that Trevor did. I embroidered this one out of Las Vegas, but I put in variegated thread. So look at the difference in your photo by using variegated. If you're doing a sketch, try putting variegated thread in and look at the difference. This is still good, but this has, it speaks to me as movement. Everybody's different when sketching. Now, some of the other things that you can do, this is one of the flowers. Can you see a difference between sketching this way or sketching this way? This is Sketch-A-Stitch here. Let me get close. Can you see how open that is? All right, this is just sketching and filling in the leaves. Here's another one with the smaller flowers. This is different violets. All right, this happens to be one of the pouches that you put flowers in that can be hung. That's one of the projects. Here's the project for the violet, the wood violet. It's a journal cover. Okay, so you have all these different projects. Now, something else you can do, I stitched out some of these flowers on organza. Stitch them out on organza and then melt it away with your heat craft tool, and you will have your flowers that you can applique down. Look how detailed some of these are. All right, so there is a lot you can do with these flowers that you get free every Friday of the month. All right, so we just had one that was released. I believe it was Alaska. was the one that was just released. Okay, oh, here's the other one. This is how the way the other flower comes. So your first one comes as the flower. The second one comes as a seed packet. So it will tell you the name of the flower and the state. Of course, I've got Wisconsin, but it'll say flower company. And this is called the seed packet. So it'll come both ways. You'll get it this way, and then you will get it this way. So you get it two ways, and then the project. So lots of free stuff there for you. Okay, let me come back up here. So I hope you enjoy Sketch-A-Stitch. It's fun. It's easy to do. Marianne's asking, does the Sketch-A-Stitch work on a Mac computer? And yes, it does. Kathy Quinn, Trevor Conkergood, Shanae, all three of those educators, even Mark, use a Mac, and they demonstrate all the software, use all the software on their Mac. They use Parallels to do it because it has to have the operating system for Office. But yes, you can run it on there. You do have to run your Parallels though. All right. All right. So now let me come back and okay, we're doing good. We're kept up there. Let me show you something that is in the Floriani software that's really cool that a lot of people forget about. And it's something that will help you with Stabilizer. If you don't know what to use on your project, this is an amazing thing to do. So let me share this back again with you. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come in and I'm going to get a new screen. And I want to show you something. This is a part of the program that if you were buying FCU, you get 15 more units to add into the software to work with this little icon right here. And it's called You Design It. And it's You Design It. It's so easy to do it. You Design It was a free upgrade to the software because as long as you own the software, you never buy an upgrade again for that software. You never buy an update. It's always free. So what I wanted to show you on You Design It, monsters is what comes. This is in your program. So those of you that own the software, if you have not updated it in years, you might want to do it because I also have a couple of other new features I want to show you that just came out on June 12th. But for now, I just want to show you You Design It. So if we were to pick a monster, his body comes up over here, and these little blue dots are magnets, meaning things can be added to him. So I want to add an arm. There's an arm on the left. Maybe I want to put this arm on the right. All right. Maybe I want to put a bow on the head, or maybe I want to put a horn. Maybe I want to come down here and I give him some hair. I'm going to show you some cool stuff you can do with this. All right. And then you've got legs. Got to put legs on, right? So let's put multiple legs. Let's come down here and let's put this leg and this leg. That looks pretty good, but there's still a magnet here. What could that be? Keep scrolling. Aha, there's a tail. So I could put a tail on. And right now I'm looking, I'm like, don't like that arm that way. That's not a problem. I can come back up and I can pick a different arm, or I could swap them. Maybe I want to make this one left and this one right. It's so easy to do. And if you can't make up your mind, they have what's called play. You can click on play and it'll throw the monsters in for you. But let's say this is my monster that I want. I'm just going to say, okay. Here's the cool thing about this. These pieces are all created. They're ready to embroider. I could save this and go. I can embroider it. So when my grandkids are playing on the computer and creating their designs, I don't tell them that you can change things. Like, for example, his tail right here looks like it's on top of him, and I need that tail to stitch before the body does. So when I click on the tail, I can come to one of the new free updates, and I can say, you need to click this first. Let's move that all the way up to the top. Now, when it did it, I'm looking, it doesn't look like it did anything. But as soon as I click off, it is now underneath the body. The arm looks like it's hanging off. I can click on the arm and I can move the arm closer or down. And I could also move it up if I wish. So I could say, let's make that arm stitch first too. That makes the body look better. The hair, gotta do something with it. Can you see how easy it is to play with these pieces? So all I did is turn that sideways and now it looks like a hairdo. All right. So have some fun with monsters. You're taking pieces. This design is done. I didn't digitize it. All I did was get big bits and pieces. So what's really cool about the software is this piece that most people forget. There's an icon here called Save to Sew. And what Save to Sew does is help you what type of stabilizer do you need for this project. So let's say I'm going to put this monster. So my monster right there I created, I want to put that on flannel. So it's an alphabetical order. I'm going to come down and I'm going to find the flannel. Now we get this question. I digitized, I didn't digitize. Well, in this case, I didn't digitize it. All I did was get all the pieces that were already made and put them on the same screen. So I didn't digitize it. I didn't digitize. All right, that's what I select. Flannel, I didn't digitize. The other bonus is right here. When I click on New Styles, what I'm doing is telling the software that I want Walter's Family Formula to be applied to this design so that I can stitch it on flannel. The fault that all embroidery designs have is you don't know what they were created for. Now in the hoop projects, sure, you know what they are. But if it was created an embroidery design, you're like, I don't know what it goes on. What was it created for denim? Was it created for flannel? Was it created for cotton? So this way, the design will be taken care of. So if I look up here before I touch next, it says 11,490 stitches. All right, here we go. I'm going to click next. Now, when you click next, just wait. Don't get impatient because the first thing that's going to come up is going to be the stabilizer. It's going to be what Kay Brooks, the co-founder of R&K Distributing, is telling you you need to use to stitch on flannel. It says we're going to use heat and stay. Here's product information if you want to know what heat and stay is. A video to watch on how to apply it. Step 2 says hoop it with the stabilizer. All right. Step 3 says don't forget the topping. And then there's information down here below. There's more. But when you click finish, it's going to come up. Walter says, hey, do you want to save it? Oh, by the way, that's the little baby that I sketched right there. But anyhow, you should name it to save it. I don't need to save it. I'm just going to cancel it. But now the design has this information attached for the stabilizer. It also added about 300 more stitches to my design. So let me show you a couple of things. Put this up here. Here's the design stitched on flannel with another monster. All right. Then the exact same design stitched on cotton. Less stitches on the cotton, more stitches on the flannel, but it's the same design. Stabilizers were different. This one had Dreamweave Ultra fused to the back, and then it had fusible power mesh. This one had heat and stay fused to the back of it. All right, but the design is perfect because the software knew what it needed to do to the design, and then I knew what stabilizers to use. Here's another one to give you an example. This cute little design right here. This is the way it looks. It was originally a 1.5-inch design made bigger to stitch on denim and then to stitch on the bottom of the t-shirt because it was so big. All right. So all the information, there's no way that I would use the same stabilizer, same stitches on this t-shirt as I would on the denim. And here's another one. This is bird's eye cloth. So a thin diaper cloth for this welcome design. You can almost see my hand through it. And then I took this towel and stitched it. This is a velour towel, very thick, but this also has the new nap feature that we have updated in the software. So let me show you the new nap feature. This is really cool. This is going to, hold on, I think I came back here. Yep, I did. Try it again. And here we go. So the new nap feature, what that does is it will put something behind your design to keep your loops from ever showing. So let me bring up a new screen. And I'm just going to bring in, let me go up here. Let's get a flower. Here. We'll bring this one in. There we go. All right. So here's the flower design. And the flower design that I'm bringing in right now, okay, I have it for the bird's eye cloth. So here's the information from the stabilizer. Here's the design. Let me put it on 3D so you can see it. So there's my design. And I want to put nap underneath it. All right. Nap control, when you get a hold of your design, you select your design, is this little orange box that's at the top of the screen here. Let me get my computer to catch up. There we go. All right. It's this little orange box with a little scribble behind it. It's called nap control. Here's your new feature. When you open it up, I can tell it to go just to the stitch edge or measure from the outline. How far out do we want to go? And I can put a run stitch around it. So I'm just going to say okay. So that is a new free upgrade for the software to put nap control behind it. And you can see that it put something behind. Let me change the color. Let's make it something really dark so you can see it. All right, and then when it comes up, I will click off of this. There we go. So you can see that the nap control is in there. That's going to keep all the velour down, all the loops. It won't come up through the design. When you're stitching it, typically you do it the same color as what you're stitching on. It'll be the first thing that stitches so it blends in. Sometimes you can stitch it later. It just depends on the look that you want. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some other things about topping, because topping is very, very important. And especially for those of you that are new to the software, the job of a topper is to elevate the stitches. So let me come back and see if there's questions first. Let's see. Hold on a second. Here we go. Maybe. There we are. All right. All right. We're good. Judy, are these designs for embroidery capable for sewing machines only? Thank you. Mary, are you talking about the embroidery designs going for an embroidery only machine? Then yes, that's what they're for. They're for the embroidery machine. So if you have an embroidery only, or if you have an embroidery sewing combo, it works with that. The software works with all embroidery machines. It saves in all formats. And for those of you that have a long arm, it will also save everything for the long arm as well. So if you want to make that embroidery design stitch out on your long arm, you can. It's going to be pretty thick and heavy, but it'll do it as long as you have the robotics, okay, for your long arm. Would the nap control be like knockdown stitches? Yes, Connie, it would, except for you have more control than the knockdown stitches, because you can do it directly underneath the design. You can do it past the design. You can add an outline stitch to it. If you go to the software, the Floriani software site, if you own the software, there are some tutorials and videos. There's one by Kathy Quinn that's amazing, and she does X's and O's like tic-tac-toe, and she shows you how you can put it under just the X's and O's, or you can put it under the whole design, and she gives you step by step. Okay. All right. So it doesn't matter if you have an embroidery machine that stitches 4x4 designs, 5x7, or the great 11x16. It doesn't matter. It works with all of them. All right. And again, if you have a long arm, it works with it. You'll have a great time. All right. So let me share the toppers with you, because topper's number one job, is to keep your stitches elevated. It's to keep them from sinking down in the design, and that's the number one job. There's a question here. Does it strain on the needle that you should change it before doing the rest of the embroidery? Dory, no. It is absolutely wonderful. There has been no problem. I have stitched everything with a 7511 embroidery needle, even on that velour terry towel with that underneath. Okay, so very good question. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and share this screen. All right. And let me bring up toppers for you. All right. So the first one we have, remember when I said blue? This is a blue label now. So right away, you'll be able to see across the store when you go into Mulqueen, you'll be able to go, yep, there's the Floriani stabilizers. I know exactly that that's a water soluble. Because if you're looking for a tearaway, there's no way you want to pick up a blue label. All right. We also still have the cut for credit on here. So these little coupons from our very first rolls of stabilizer, way back almost 17 years now, there has been a cut for 1 credit. Save 10 of these, go to the Floriani website, download your form and send in 10 of these, and you will get an email back telling you how to download 10 free designs of your choice out of several hundred. That's amazing, because you get to pick the free designs. Usually we say, here's your free designs. This is what you get. You'll get to pick them. The other thing that's on the label is that we have a scan code or a QR code that you can scan with your phone, and you will be able to go to a video about whatever's in your hand. So you can get information, watch a video how to use it. It's all there with these scan codes. All right. So water soluble topping is used, and we should use that pretty much on everything we embroider to keep our stitches elevated. But it's also used for those of you that do in the hoop projects. When we have multiple layers, let's say we've stitched a placement for batting, we put our batting down on the hoop, we put a piece of fabric over it, we've got another piece that's folded across, and we're going to do embroidery over that. Most of the time, somebody will have you, whoever created the design, take a piece of the water-soluble topping and put it over the whole piece. It's not for the stitches, it's to keep your embroidery foot from getting caught in your project that you're working on in the hoop. So the water-soluble topping, known as topping, is something that you're going to use for multiple different reasons. All right. Let me show you this. Look at the difference. This is a terry towel. It may not look it, but it's really loopy. This doesn't have anything underneath it, and you can see how the loops are coming through the design. Where they were caught, they're stitched down, but they're coming through. This one had water soluble. So when I've washed the towel, what happens is the stabilizer went away, but the more I wash it, the more these loops, they're really dark. You're just starting to see them work their way into my design. But now if I take the same design, and remember that heat and gone that we were talking about, and I put heat and gone underneath it, heat and gone doesn't disappear. Here's how it works. For these loops, I would put a piece of heat and gone down, do my embroidery, and then I would rip off, just pull it away, all the excess. Now you might have little wisps or something left, and this is where you take the cool iron, silk setting iron, and you would just go around little circles, just like this. Just go around little circles. And all of a sudden, those little pieces will be gone. Now, if you leave a lot, let's say you don't want to sit here and pick it out between the letters, and you leave a lot of it, what will happen is it'll curl up, and it'll feel like grains of sand. Just brush it off. All right. That's just because you had a lot of extra on there. Just brush it off and it'll come off. Wherever the heat and gone is underneath the towel, that is going to keep the loops from coming up through the design. So that's what's different by using heat and gone. But here's something else that's happening. This is why we have a third topper. Can you tell how white this one is versus this one? We have a new product. It's called Color Keep. And Color Keep's job is to keep your project from changing the color of the thread. So he looks almost gray here, but it's the exact same white thread. All the threads are the same. So Color Keep blocks the black towel from changing the color of the thread, and it looks much brighter. Color Keep, how it works is you would put it down, do your embroidery, and rip off all the excess. It should rip clean. There shouldn't be anything left. If you have a little tiny piece left, you can take the tip of your iron, not one of the craft irons, those get too hot. Take a silk setting on your iron and just barely touch it, and it'll get rid of that little piece that's left. All right. Everything underneath, you can iron over it and do everything. The iron doesn't touch it. It's going to stay. The loops, again, will not come through. Now, if you're doing something on light color, all right, if you're going to do something, for example, like this is our new ripple fill, I wouldn't need to put Color Keep behind it because the white isn't affecting the design. I could use my heat and gone or my water soluble topping. All right. But if your project's going to change the color, that's when you want something different. So here is my little bear here. Here he is on this red. So he was kind of pinkish here, and here he's white again. Here's another reason to use it. Look at this. This towel has stripes, all right? And I'm putting a white bear on it. I really don't want to see all the red stripes. It stops those red stripes from shining through on my embroidery. All right, so he looks like a little bear. So even though the towel was light, it was the stripes I was worried about. It's not rough or anything. It's just I needed those behind. So Color Keep comes in 3 ways. Comes in white, 5. White, gray, yellow, black, and pink. Again, you want to get it as close as you can to the thread you're working with. If I was doing something on a multicolor fabric, gray is probably the one I'm going to use. I will tell you white is the most popular. Gray is the next one. And then these, again, tone down to whatever fabrics that you're using. All right, you need to block that. So if you're doing roses, I'd be using the pink. It's called a rose color, but it's a pink. All right. So 5 different colors. And I know these are there. I saw these on the shopping portal. Okay, let me come back. I think there was some questions, and let me answer those questions. All right. Do you use Color Keep and Heat and Gone together? Yes, you can, because think about it. If I were taking, I'll just hold this one up, this little bear right here, and let's say I was going to put a little red heart with a white outline underneath here, okay? I could put my topping or my Heat and Gone underneath here. I don't have to have both underneath the bear because it's already protected with the Color Keep. Now, if I were doing it on this loopy towel right here, with this, I have the Color Keep right here, I definitely would put Heat and Gone if I was embroidering that little red heart, because I'm not worried about the towel coming through it, because the Heat and Gone is going to keep the loops down, and it's not going to change my red color, because usually the red is, you know, pretty dense. It's not going to show through. So yes, you can do combinations. Okay. Yep, Color Keep's really good there. Is there a package deal? I know they have specials individually. That would be on their portal, and I'm sure they can answer that question for you. All right. Okay, let me come, because I thought there was something about software here. Let me look real quick. Can you get the Floriani training videos on a tablet if you own FTCU? If so, how do you do it? Okay, so the Floriani training videos, once you own software, you can log in to the Floriani software site. It's specifically for owners, and you can see every single blog, every single Tuesday email that goes out, or video of the week that goes out. Those are about 10 to 15 minutes. Everything that Trevor puts out. So when we come up with a new upgrade, or we come out with a new update, he is creating videos, and you can watch all those. So yes, you can log in and you can watch them on your tablet. You can watch them on your phone if you wish. I've done that several times. It's a great thing to do on the airplane. All right. You've seen the designs that are size of quilt blocks. If you understand correctly, you can save those in the language of your long arm. Absolutely. You can even create your quilt blocks and save them for your long arm. Okay. So great questions. Thank you, everybody. I like those questions. All right. So the nap blocker, I also thought I would show you another way that nap blocker works. I have this Minky, and it's not long pile. Now, if it's long pile, I'm going to tell you, when you use nap blocker, you really want to go wide out away from your embroidery design, probably about 20, 25 millimeters, because you don't want the long fibers covering up your embroidery design. Okay. So this design right here, the top one, there is no nap block underneath it. And the Minky is actually coming up around the design in here. And the more we wash this, the more it's going to show up. Where down here, let's see if I can turn it right. There we go. You can probably see how the nap blocker goes, and it's on the outside edge of the embroidery design. It's underneath the whole thing. So it's not even coming up between the stitches here where it was open. And this is not a problem. And again, on the Minky, this is with a 7511 embroidery needle. Let's see if I can get that. There you go. Now you can see where the nap blocker worked. All right. It's great. All right. Now, let's talk about another feature. Let me get a hold of this. I know I have one here. Okay. I want to talk about the new Ripple. This is a new update that was created for the software that came out on the 12th of June. And if you haven't tried it yet, oh my gosh, it's addictive. It is so much fun to sit there and play with Ripple Stitch. All right, so let's just get rid of some of these. You know, I don't have to. I'll just open up a blank page. Ripple's a design, very, very easy. And this is what we like. We like our one-click wonders. All right, one-click wonders are all these icons down at the very bottom. And I'm going to move this little thing so I can see. There we go. All right, so these are all one-click wonders. And you notice how they're grayed out right now? The software's so smart, it says you can't use those tools. You don't have any artwork on there. You have nothing to work with. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come up here to my shape tool right here. It's called Custom Shapes. And I'm just going to pick a shape. Lots of fun things to play with. All right. All different things in here. Let's just pick this heart. And it comes in as artwork. You're ready for this one-click wonder? This is so cool. You come right down here to the right and you click on the star. It looks like it has a little bullseye in it, and I'm going to left click on it, and it is going to ripple my design. And everyone's like, oh, you know, that's kind of cool. That's really cool. But you know what's really cool? Remember that shape tool? When I click on that, it shows me where it's rippling from. There's the center. I can click on that and I can drag it down, and now it'll ripple from there. But what's even more fun, this is so cool, watch this. I can put it clear out here, and when I set it, I can ripple from there. It is so much fun to play with this. You can take letters. So I can come in here, and the ones I've been playing with that are really fun are these Easy Art letters in our shapes, our custom shapes. Go to Easy Art, and you can pick these letters up. So let's just pick up Bo, J, And let's just bring that in here. I'm going to drag it off the heart because I really don't want the heart to be part of it. All right, so it's just a shape, and I'm going to click on the new ripple tool. Here we go. There's the ripple. Again, click on the shape, find that ripple point, and put it where you want it. All right, put the ripple where you want it. Where do you want it to ripple from? Oops, grab the wrong one. That's okay. Come back, grab the right one. And I'm doing it again. All right, let's try this one more time. There we go. Let's do it this way. Sometimes you just can't see with bifocals. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get my shape tool again. I'm going to get a hold of my blue dot that I was trying to get, and I'll move it out before I do anything. Here we go. So you can play with all of this. This is so much fun to be doing this. And you can pull it down and match points where you can have them start from the same area. All right, have fun with it. You can come over here where it's called gradient, and you can tell it to do other things. It is so much fun to play with these. All right, see how I got thicker here, thinner here? So you can do all these different things. And I've got some samples I'll show you here. And let me bring them over. Let's do this. Here we go. So I showed you this first one. So this was just taking a shape and throwing it on the circle template. And this has all been rippled. Here's another one. This is one that Trevor did. I played this one for my boss, Beth. I took her letters and I pulled the point back. And then I added a fill stitch so that... There you go. All right. This one I love. This is my exploding flower. This is a lot of fun to play with this. And I took this into rainbow, so I have all these different colors. Here's playing with some more letters. These are ones that Trevor did. Of course, one of the first things you want to do is play with your name. Have some fun in creating with it. And then here's a sample showing you without moving the center what it looks like. So this is the same heart. This is just, I brought it in rippled. And then I put all the different, those little icons that I was touching over on the right, just to show you what it would look like. All default, nothing changed. So lots of fun to play with ripple. And again, ripple just came out on June 12th. Okay. All right. Now, I know we have quilters in there, and I know you've seen the Quilter Select, so I thought I would bring in Quilter Select tools and show you. These are the 3 newest rulers that came in. Now, if you have used our Quilter Select rulers before, you will know that those have a non-stick, non-slide. Let me get some fabric here. Here we go. They have a non-stick, non-slide on them. All right, so these are the 3 new sizes that came out last year. We now have over 20 sizes in Quilter Select. And I know they put these 3 in the shopping portal. All right. But what I wanted to show you, what I love about this tiny one right here is that I can use it. Oh, here it is. Like, I know I have an open one. This is the 1.5 inch, so it has that non-stick grip on it. Let me move these out of the way so you can see it. So when I put it down, this is what a typical ruler will do, right? Slides right over the fabric. But this is what a Quilter Select will do. You see how it gripped the fabric? And I'm not even holding it. It's got a hold of the fabric. So when I'm doing something small like this paper piecing here, and I got to cut out all these little pieces, and I need to be a 1/4 inch away, and I have to cut this, it's going to hold. Okay? And then I just pick it up, move it the other way, and it will hold, and I can turn it and cut. All right, it's the light yellow because it shows up on dark, as well as light. it has the marks all the way through the rulers, and it goes left to right, right to left. These are awesome rulers. And every one of the rulers, even down to our little 2x2 ruler, the little square, has a hole in it. This is so you can hang your rulers up. All right. If you don't want them to get scratched or rubbed together and mess with your coating, that's why they all have this. Okay. These are great for that. So this paper piecing, a lot of time was saved because I used the rulers to cut out these teeny tiny little pieces in these roses, all right, for paper piecing. So great rulers for this, not only regular cutting, it also means that when you're cutting something long, when your rotary cutter is here and it gets to the top, what usually happens, I have to move it to make it do it, it moves and you get cricket. Well, guess what? If this is on the fabric, all right, let me line this up. There we go. It's on the fabric and I'm cutting. And let's say for some reason I don't move my hand and I get to the top and it moves. All right. It's going to hold everything. The fabric's going to stay with it. It doesn't shift. Now, when you're cutting, you've probably used, let me grab it here, our 45 rotary cutter, right? The 45 millimeter, that when you put it down, when you open it, it doesn't matter if you're left or right handed. As long as the button on the handle is under your thumb, there isn't one on the back. As long as it's under your thumb, you have it held the right way, whether you're left-handed or right-handed. If you don't know, Alex Anderson is the spokesperson for our rotary cutters, for our Quilter Select, for all of the product in the Quilter Select line. It is created with Alex in mind. Alex is left-handed. So whatever tool we bring out has to work with left and right hand. So that means if you're left-handed, you can use the rulers. The marks are left to right or right to left. The rotary cutters are the same way. And when you cut, you press the button and you touch the mat. And did you see how the cover came up? The part that needs to cut is exposed. The rest isn't exposed. And then you can cut. Now, when you cut, okay, you see how I was cutting there? When you're done, you just turn it over and touch, and that closes it, all right? To change the blade, it's so easy. There's a little handle here. Hang on to the handle, pull the lever back. When you pull the lever back, your blade comes out, take it off, put the new blade on. It's got a magnet. Ooh, you can see I really use mine a lot. All right. And then you're going to push it back in and push the lever up. That's it. All right. Left-handed, it operates the same way. You're going to cut, push it down, cut, turn, close. But those of you who've been using this for a while, look what's out. The 60 millimeter. It's the same handle, same weight. Everything is cool. It's all the same weight. So now we have the 60 millimeter too. All right. So those are some of the new things for Quilter Selects in the ruler line. All right, but I've got something else to show you. And this all started with this little guy right here. Let me grab him. This one. All right. This, in the Quilter Select line, this is our precision machine quilting ruler. All right. And it was created, has the same yellow, same grip. Everything's the same on it. I have one out. All right. So it'll grip hold of the fabric. It has the hole for hanging. But look how thick this is. This is because this is for a machine ruler. It is not for a rotary cutter. If you look at this one, let me grab it. Look how narrow the rotary cutter is. This is for your machine quilting. So what you're going to need for your machine quilting to do it on a regular sewing machine is you have to have a ruler foot. And I'll take this out and show it to you so you know what I'm talking about. The ruler foot is meant, it has this little rise on it right here so that it rides along the ruler. It won't go, let's see if I can turn it sideways. It won't go underneath the ruler and it won't go on top. So this is for your sewing machine. Okay, so this is the machine. This is the first one that came out. It has 2 holes in it. The holes are your gripping holes, because remember, when this gets hold of your fabric, it doesn't move. So you needed the holes so that as we are sewing and we're coming down along the ruler and we get to the end, we need to move it. Well, it doesn't slide. So the holes were so we could pick it up and move it for whatever angle we needed to go. All right. So that's the first one that came out. And I'm so happy you're going to be one of the first ones to see it. Again, these just came last night. Oh, and by the way, if you need the ruler foot, Mulqueen, get a hold of Mulqueen and get a ruler foot, because you're going to love this next one. You ready? We have shapes now. We have shapes that you can do these on your machine, on your sewing machine. Look at all the different shapes. Okay. There's one more here somewhere. Oh, here we go. I opened it up. All right. So this is a little bit bigger than this one. All right. So there's 4 of them. This is for your sewing machine. Yes, you can use them on your long arm, but they were created for the sewing machine for free motion quilting to do your designs. Now, when you look at this ruler, if you have not used these rulers before, you're like, well, how do I use it? What do I do? Guess what? Not only did we give you your packaging here and we show you the designs back here, inside we show you even more that you can create with the design and how to do it. All right. There's even a QR code here that you can scan on how, oops, I'm sorry, it's all upside down. A QR code right here that you can scan so you can learn how to use the rulers. So if you don't have a long arm and you really wanted to do ruler work, you can now do ruler work. These are so new. They just came in. So Mulqueen does not have these right now, that they've got some on order and they're definitely coming, but they won't be in for a couple weeks because they got to get them from us and they ship from Tennessee. All right. But they have the same grip. They have the same numbers, left to right, right to left. They have the lines going all the way through it. They have the 2 holes to move the ruler so you can use them. They are awesome. Mine came last night. I can't wait to spend more time and start playing with them and creating all the designs that are inside. So when you look, even the ones here, when you get in here, these will be different. All right, so have some fun with these new rulers. Now, in talking about Quilter Select, all right, Quilter Select, we also have thread. And you've probably heard a lot about our 80 weight thread. Our 80 weight thread is super awesome. It's great thread. It's fun to quilt with, hand sew with. But there's also the 60 weight thread. And the 60 weight thread has a special bundle. And this is 20 spools of 60 weight thread. And I put them in the basket here, pulled them from my stash so you could see all the colors. 60 weight thread, even though it's a polyester core, it has the long Egyptian fibers fused to it, so it has the feel of cotton. Alex Anderson says it even smells like cotton, but it has the strength with the poly in it so that it will hold up and it will not bleed or anything like that. It is awesome thread. But what's really cool about this thread, for those of you that are embroiderers, our bobbin thread is 60 weight. So if you were sewing on a purple scarf, for example, this eggplant color, instead of putting white thread in on that scarf or even a jacket, you could embroider with this in the bobbin. That way, when it flips open or flips sideways, it's not as noticeable. You're still going to see the colors from the other side in little places, but it won't be, obviously, it won't be that bright white. If you're making lace and you're using 40 weight and 60 weight, here's your 60 weight, match it to your lace, make colored lace. And these colors are the same color numbers as in the Floriani polyester color. So if you were looking, this is color number 700. If I pull 700 polyester Floriani, it'll be the same color as this. All right. So there is a bundle here for this. There's a show bundle on this one, on the 60 weight thread. Okay, let me come back. I threw a bunch at you right now, so let me come back up here and see how we're doing. Let's see. Let me come back up. Okay. You've seen the designs. Okay, no, we talked about that one. Can you get the Floriani training videos on a tablet? Let's say we talked about that. All right, we did all of that. All right. Hey, it's great to see you guys are all voting. That's amazing. Keep doing that. That's really cool. All right. I went a little too far, so just a second here. Coming down, making sure I didn't miss any questions. All right. Virtual classes. Okay, Irene, we have a lot of those videos, a lot of things we've recorded in there. You can also get with Mulqueen. I'm sure they can have someone that can help you. You can also contact us. Go to our Floriani page, our website, and look at the calendar and see if there's any classes closer to you if you can't get into Mulqueen. You know, if you're too far away, maybe there's a class we'll be doing where you'll be able to see it. Don't give up. Definitely log in and get those videos because they really help. Even if you only use the 15-minute videos. If you sign up for those videos, because we don't just send them, you have to ask for them. When you sign up for those, 15 minutes on an icon, that's easy to learn about software instead of having going for hours. Okay. Yes, the pink ruler's not in yet. They just came in, so they have to be ordered. Okay. Ripple tool, great. Yes, binding your angles at 45 degree angles. Those are perfect for those rulers. All right. And Joyce is asking how to add to your cart. I'm sure that Mulqueen will help you with that one. All right. Thank you, Jimmy, for the Quilter Select rulers. That's awesome. Thank you. And yes, so the machine quilting rulers, yes, we have these come out. Again, they're not in stock yet. They just came out. I just got mine last night or yesterday afternoon because they were shipped to me from the warehouse because they just got them. So those will be coming like right away. You're the first ones to see them. So right now, the Mulqueen will be able to get them. We have a feeling we're going to be out of stock very quick. We're hoping for another shipment before Houston. So let's see what happens. All right. The rainbow bundle and the tool thread set, I believe those are underneath the Floriani feature, but they should be there. They can help you with that. I know I was talking with Trish, so Pam, they should be able to help you with that. All right. So let me show you another feature in software. And this one I'm in love with. I do this a lot. I've been asked to do them for others, and I'm kind of like hesitant, but I really want to show you. This is a free upgrade to the software, okay? So the software is amazing with this new feature, and I'm going to show it to you. And I hope you like it as much as I do. And when you get it, it is fun to play with. It's fun to stitch out. It's fun to embroider. And what it's called, let me get a blank page here. All right. It is called Photo to Stitches. Now, if you don't own software, you don't own any software, and all you want to do is play with the software and see if it's something you want to do, you can go to our website and download Creative Express. It's free. It lets you play with the software. You can't design in it and save it and stitch it out, but you can play with this feature, and it's called Photo to Stitches. And so this is the new icon that was added. And you know what? While I'm right here, let me tell you something. For those of you that own the software, You may not have this row of icons. This is from Total Quilter. You may not have the Sketch-A-Stitch icon. You may not have the rainbow icon. You may not have the 3 icons from My Decorative Quilter. Those will only show up if you own those programs and you've registered the programs, all right? And then they will show up in your software, which is so cool because that means I no longer have to close down my FTCU and switch to another window. Everything is available here for me to use. All right, photo to stitches is what the FTCU it's called. That means I can stitch it out. If you're using Creative Express, it'll say photo play, meaning you can only play with it. But let's show you what it does. So I'm going to open up Photo to Stitches. It opens my window, and it's the first thing I got to do is find a picture. So I can use images here, but I am going to go back and I'm going to go to my desktop and I'm going to pick some photos that I have because I really like playing with certain photos that I have, and I will show you samples that I have stitched out. Let's do this little guy since you've already seen him once. Let's show you what he looks like in Photo to Stitches. All I'm going to do is, first thing, make sure it fits in my largest tube, and then I can even cut out background if I want. Okay, if I want to cut some background out, I can, and I just say next. That's all I did. Your photo needs to have contrast. It needs to be like light in the center, dark in the background, all right? And so what's coming up right now is it's assigning the stitches. I can embroider him out, all right? He's ready to go. If I go back, let's get another one. If I take these hands right here and I bring these in, give you a little tip. When you're bringing in your design, always, or your photo, always check the size. See that 29? I could lock up my software as it tries to digitize 29 inches in this design. All right, 29 by 19, that's huge. I always take my largest number and I change it to fit my largest hoop. And in this time, I'm just going to say 15.75. And when I apply it, it adjusts my design. See how to adjust the width too? So height and width are done. All I'm going to do is click next. So this creates the design for me. It will add the stitches, but you see how sharp and vibrant all these colors are right here? I want to give you a little tip. If you go to play with this and you're going to do some more on your own, you probably will want to do what I'm going to show you next. I probably should have made this a little bit smaller, but it's okay. Those are stitches, but do you see how the colors aren't super bright, and see how it's not really sharp, clean edges here? Oh, I'm only looking in the photo for the highest amount of 32 colors. I'm going to change it to 60. 60 is the max it'll look for in your photo. And there's a whole bunch you can learn about photo to stitches. I'm just going to play with this in the stitch length and apply. That's all I'm changing. So if you're going to play with photos, make sure the photo you bring in has contrast. The highest quality you can get will make a better picture for you. If you bring it over and it's kind of blurry and not a lot of colorful colors in it, add more colors. Doesn't mean it's going to use 60 colors. I think this, I'll pull it into the software and show you. And then change your stitch length. The stitch length is what gives you your shape. It's what makes it smooth, all right? So that's what stitch length is. All right, can you see how this got sharper and we've got more colors? Let me bring it in and then I will show you ones that I have done. I'll get you some of these designs that are done and then I'll tell you about stitching. Okay. So it's coming over, it's creating the embroidery design. It's going to show up in my software here. I'll give it just a second to come up. All right. Runs a little slow when I've got Zoom going and everything else, but it's okay. It's coming. And you'll see what it looks like on there. And then I actually have this design, so I'll show it to you stitched out. All right, here it comes. It gave me all of my colors, and it stitches by the highest number of stitches in the design first, down to the smallest amount of stitches. So you can see this first design right here. Let me move this over a little so you can see. It has more stitches than when you get down here to the bottom. See how few these are? Okay. So it has more stitches, and it stitches them out. So let's show you what they look like. So this first one, this is the little baby one I did. Oops, he's upside down. This one is from Facebook. It was just a picture, and it wasn't a high quality, but I still got it to stitch. Had it been high quality, I would have had better details here in the maple leaf. All right, better decal here. But this was just a capture. This one's from a photo. Again, light with dark behind. This one, this owl was sitting in the shade of the branch of the tree that was over here, so it was shading him, but it came out looking just like the photo. Here's a black and white one. Center was dark, background was light. You can even see his tail behind her. This photo actually had teal in the top of the can and some little rust stains, but instead of doing color, I said, just give it to me grayscale, and this is what it did. Here are some of my favorite ones. These are framed. This one here, okay. Even the black is stitched. This is all stitched. Here is the little baby boy, all stitched. Again, everything is stitched, okay. And then I have, oops, upside down. Here's the hands for you, okay. So you can see the hands. These are done. I'm trying to get the glare off, all right. Here's another pair of hands. This one is sunset. Right, so this is in the sunset. And then this one is my favorite one. This is the one that I love a lot. This is the one that I created. This is Walter. So this is Walter Floriani. If you've never met him, this is Walter Floriani hair. And it is stitched, all stitches through here except for the gray fabric on the side. So it's all stitched, okay? So photo to stitches is great. And I'm going to give you a little tip. This is Kathy Quinn's grandbaby who was taking a bath. When I'm creating photo to stitches that are going to go in a frame or going to be wrapped in a fabric frame, I'm going to stitch on stitch and shape. Okay, stitch and shape. It's fusible on one side, not on the other. I use this for my frames because I don't ever want my design to pucker. I don't ever want the fabric to move. So I stitch it on that. And in the hoop is power mesh. And I have stitch and shape on it and my fabric, and I've got it all hooped, and I do the embroidery. This will never buckle. It won't curl or anything. If I want to sew this on a t-shirt, okay, I want to put this on a t-shirt, I'm only going to use 2 layers of power mesh and then sew this on the t-shirt. It's going to be fine. It's got a lot of stitches because they're tiny stitches and it's a big design, but it's not a heavy, thick design. So I can sew it onto a t-shirt if I want to. I don't have to put it for frames only. But doing this, it's like mounting my design to a board already before I put it in a frame or I wrap it with fabric. All right, let me come back. Here we go. All right. Okay, so there is a bunch here that you can do. Let me see. Okay, so there's Mulqueen's been answering, so there's lots of information in there for those of you asking some of the questions. Those are there. I have another bundle to show you that I thought you might like to see. And again, it was a bundle that was created, and it is our fall supply bundle. All right, and I'm going to get this out, and then I will show you the fall supply bundle. Oops, I think I have to share it first. Here we go. And share the screen. And there we go. All right, so this is the fall supply bundle. Now what's in here, this is a little bit different. We have the Perfect Stick Tearaway, we have the Power Mesh Fusible, and we also have the Wet and Gone. All right, all of these things can be used creating your basic fall projects, but it also comes with a CD that's called Fall Abstract, and it has 10 designs on it. Now, these are fun to play with the fall. Got this little fun little guy right here that I created. On the top, I'm going to use Wet and Gone. This is burlap. So my topping, my water-soluble topping, you know, the clear, it's kind of light. I really wanted my design to stay up and not sink in the burlap. This is a pre-made 2-layer burlap. So Wet and Gone, I just pinned a piece across it and did my embroidery. That way these stitches didn't sink down and they stayed up on top, because it's a little bit thicker and it's stronger, but it's still 100% water soluble. All right. And then I used the Perfect Stick Tearaway in the back of the hoop to stick this down to do my embroidery. All right. So lots of fun things to do with the fall, and have some fun with it. All right. And this is just the variegated thread. Okay. Let me come back up here. So this is the Floriani Fall Supply Bundle. All right. So let me open this up for some questions, and then I can show you some more things if you like. If there's any other questions that I can answer, let me come down here. All right. All right. So Mulqueen's is helping me with that. Okay. Oh, good. Joyce found it. Okay, great. Will the shaped rulers for the machine quilting work for the Handy Quilter Moxie? Absolutely. The Moxie, yes, you can use them on the Moxie. They're meant for the size of a sewing machine bed. Think about your sewing machine, embroidery machine combo. The needle to the edge of the foot, all right? That's the widest opening. That's why these rulers are created specially for embroidery sewing machines, so that you can turn them and use them. The other thing is, almost all of us have high shank, but if you have a low shank machine, okay, if your machine is low shank, you're going to have a ruler, but what that means is the ruler foot, you can't turn the ruler and go behind your foot because there's no clearance, but you can stay in front and just keep your ruler in front and you can still use them. All right. If you have a high shank, the ruler, you can go around behind it and turn your ruler and have all kinds of fun. But the Moxie, yes, absolutely, you can use that on the Moxie. Photo to Stitches is not separate from FTCU. It was a free upgrade to FTCU. It only comes in FTCU. All right. If you want to play with it to see if it's something you like, you can play with it in Creative Express as just something to play with the photos. Okay. You can save it as a picture, but you can't embroider it out. You have to have FTCU to do that. Okay, great on that. Thank you. Good on the cutter. You did not get to see the project, only me. Connie, were you talking about the this one? Let me hold it up. This is the fall one. Okay. So this was the little project with the burlap. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Dory. All right. All right. So are there any other questions in there? Okay, I know I've been throwing a lot at you, but there's so much I can do. I can go on for hours, but I'm going to give you just a few more things. And let me grab, I have another stack of samples here I didn't show you, and I thought I would show you some of those. Get all this out of the way. Whoops. Let's get this down here. Okay. So don't forget that in your software, you can make lace. You can make freestanding lace. So this is the mesh fill. So you can do a freestanding lace. You can do trapunto, where you have your batting stick up. All right, so you've got trapunto you can do. You can do applique. Again, these are all one-click wonders. These are not even, I'm telling the stitch to go here, here, or here. I'm just clicking and say, hey, make it an applique. All right. You can do cross-stitch lettering. That's available too, the cross-stitch fonts in there. Some of the other things I didn't show you. Go ahead. Let me bring this down here. I think this will be easier to see if I put it on camera. Oops, hold on. I don't think that one. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this was one of those You Design It's. It's a Jeep that you put together and you get to pick the tires and who's driving or riding and all kinds of stuff there. Here is the sports and mascots, where you get to put in your own words. So Hornets, Hawks. You could say it's football, put a football here instead. You could change to a different style. Again, you could say Hawks and put a hawk here and say football. There's all different kinds. If you go to the website and you look up underneath software or the Floriani and you look software, you'll see a section that shows all the You Design It's. There are vases, so you can put vases and flowers together. This is vases with funky flowers. I kind of mix the two You Design It's up together to create these vases. Okay. You can stitch on balsa wood or cardstock. This is the flowers that are in there. Now here's something really cool. If you want to stitch on cardstock or on balsa wood, this is where you're not going to use Perfect Stick Tearaway. Okay, so you're not going to use this green one, Perfect Stick Tearaway. You're going to use Perfect Stick Cutaway. This doesn't have the water-soluble fibers in it, but it's for these things that you cannot tear out of the hoop or you can't get wet. What happens if you got paper wet? It would damage it. So you need to be able to cut out around your sticky. That's why we have the two different ones. So depending on how you get it out of the hoop is how you know which perfect stick to use, either the cutaway or the tearaway. Okay, so these are fun to do. All right, now the other one I was going to show you here real quick is when you do stick figure. Oh, here's a monster. Here's a little monster. All right, that's the little monsters. That's one that's built in. Here is lace bracelets. You've got all these little bracelets, but all these different things you can put on. I did this one for a birthday. It's freestanding lace. A lot of fun. Okay, here is stick figures. This is one of my favorite ones to do when you're playing with You Design It, because you base the stick figures off of people you know. And so when my grandkids saw this, right away they knew who they were. They said, that's Tyler, because Tyler played football and tennis, was always on his skateboard, and his hair was crazy. His sister is a cheerleader, always had her cell phone in her hand, and her hair had to be perfect. And they knew that it was their mommy because she's a gardener and she cooks for them all the time. And dad had a mustache, carried his briefcase, and went bowling. He was on a bowling league. So you can have fun with stick figures and You Design It. All right, let me come back. And there we go. All right, so there's lots of things to go. All right, Floriani has so many things that have come out. We've got new things. We've got new bundles. We've had updates to the software. We kept doing it. We updated software last year. We updated it already this year. Sometimes it's 2-3 times a year we will update software. But we always not only just update, we try to give you an upgrade, a new feature, a wonderful feature, something that you can play with. Some of the other features, we have what's called auto clip, which is an amazing feature. We have the new run stitch. Instead of being a run stitch, you can change it to a back stitch. There are so many new things come out. I hope those of you that have not updated your software for a while, come to the website and you go and you look and you see the new stuff. the new features you got all for free. And don't forget to download your free embroidery designs, because you get 5 free every month. And if you're just getting software, guess what? We started giving these 5 free designs away in 2009. You can download all those designs. I had someone do it last week. It was, I think, 1,783 free designs, including last Friday. So a lot of free designs. You get them all. You don't miss out. You get to see all the blogs, all the tutorials. There's video, there's learning, there's step-by-steps. There's so much. All right. And so with that, I think we're pretty good. I think we're all caught up. We got just like a minute or two left. Are there any other questions? Anything I can ask, or you can ask for anything? I can answer any questions. We can answer anything for you. And we'll wait just a minute here. All right. All right. I think. All right. So just for fun, since I got like 2 minutes, just for fun, you might like this really quick fun project that you can do. And I'm going to show it to you. And it's using Deco Magic and Deco Magic Light. Now, if you've been in our classrooms, you might have used this in some of our hands-on. All right. Deco Magic is heavier than Deco Light, of course, but these things are cool. Here is a fast, easy project. I'm going to share it with you. And let me get you this and bring it up. All right, what you need, your Deco Magic, Deco Light. All right. Here's a folder. That's all you need is a paper folder. Whatever type of folder you have. If you have a peachy folder where the pockets are on the side or the pockets are across the bottom, or just a folder with no pockets, this is what you need to make these folders. You're going to take this, you're going to open it, you're going to measure across, and you're going to measure the height, okay? Width and height. That's the size you cut your Deco Magic for. You're going to fuse it to fabric, to the wrong side of the fabric. You're going to take your pockets and measure your pockets, and you're going to fuse your fabric to your pocket pieces. And then when you put them on, all right, this is a border print fused to Deco Magic, and Deco Light has the pocket. All you do is you fold it up to it, top stitch it down. You now have a folder. What's really cool about these folders, they don't rip. You can wash them if they get dirty. They don't tear. They're easy. They're reusable. They're fun. You could even do them with embroidery. What I would do is embroider on the fabric first and then fuse the Deco Magic to the back of it so it covers up the stitches. And it's great. It's perfect. Make sure to leave about 1 inch between your pockets here so that when you fold it flat, it's flat on the bottom. All right? All right. Let me come back here. So that was a real quick, easy one.
Awesome stuff.
Right? So
Thank
that's
you,
pretty
Judy.
much everything, unless anybody has more questions.
Yeah, we don't get the opportunity very often to have you here. So if anybody does, I know you answered a lot of questions, and we do appreciate that.
Sure.
We're excited to see if anybody's interested in the FTCU software, because I do have a couple of these left, which is, do you remember that?
Yep. Awesome.
I have a-
Awesome.
I'm going to give anybody that purchases the FTCU the book that Walter Floriani had written. We have a
Yep.
couple of them left, so it'll be for the first couple of people that are interested in buying the Floriani software. I have one for myself that he autographed, which is cool. But it's
Yeah, and those
Walter
are
Floriani.
really informative. There's a lot of information in there. If you don't understand creating an embroidery design, there's a lot in there.
Walter is pretty much the grandfather of all digitizers.
Yes. Yes.
And as you already mentioned, or did you mention? I think you probably did, that you get 15 of the new design. It's
Including the stick figures.
yes.
So that's what we were talking about. So yes,
That's
it
right.
includes stick figures. Yep.
And they're $200 a piece, but you get 15 of them.
Yep.
And Kay does classes here. That'll be one of our first classes that get back in person. If you have questions, my brother Ken, that's what he uses to create all of his applique kits. And so we have a
Awesome.
lot of support for Floriani software.
Awesome.
And I did grab Sketch-A-Stitch. So on our website for this weekend, you can, if you don't have any software yet and you want one to play with, or if you already own software, that Sketch-A-Stitch is so different than anything else out there that it's a great add-on. And I was allowed for this event to offer this for $199.
Wow.
Which is
That's
kind of a
great.
crazy price for a digitizing program. And that is limited as well to what I have in stock, but I do have about 10. That's for the Sketch-A-Stitch.
What's great about that is if you have kids, grandkids, get them off of their videos and have them sketch and embroider. They can create embroidery design. They don't have to know all the other tools. They can just trace and sketch. It's a lot of fun.
One of our fun club days, even Jer was able to demo that product. So that's how easy it is to use.
That's good.
What's that supposed to mean, Darren?
There's a question they're asking if Walter's book, if they can be purchased.
Yep, it's $99.
Okay, so there you go, Pam. So that's cool. The other question was on the folders. Okay, are you okay if I tell them how they can reach me to get that folder information?
Sure. Yes.
I have the
please.
instructions. Okay,
Yep.
let me share the screen real quick. I have a little little thing here that I can show you so that you can reach me and I can send you the there you go. You can reach me at event follow-up at R&K Distributing, and I will send you the instructions for the folder. I forgot I had this. This is if you want the state flowers from our Facebook page. This is how you can get the state flowers and those projects. All right, so you can just reach me here and I'll be happy to send you the instructions for the folders or answer any questions maybe you forgot to ask me or I missed it, and I'll be able to do that. All right.
Even questions about some of the bundles, because there's a lot of bundles.
Okay.
We are there's a couple that we were missing on our site, but we made sure that like the rainbow bundles that you had talked about, those brand new ones, those are now on our site.
Awesome.
They're under the software part, probably because it comes with software. So we'll show in a short bit how to shop for some of these items.
Awesome. Cindy, the price, he adjusted that price, so that won't be $299.
We make sure that, okay.
He'll
We're fixing
they'll
that.
The price is $200 on the website, so I don't know.
It says $299, but when you,
It says $200.
oh, it says 200, sorry.
Okay.
I guess it's 200, not 199, but we're making an
Okay.
extra dollar.
Yeah, hers.
But-
Cindy's saying it at $299, so it's fixed. It's okay. When you go to
Yep.
get it, it'll be the right price.
Yep, we'll show you where that is at, just to make it easy for you. And on the site it says, so if there's any other questions, we always love having you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Some of the items are like from an August promotion, so just know that if you do purchase those, that we will be receiving them towards the end of this month to get them shipped out to you right away. So just bear with us. If you have any questions on kits or anything, you can always email us. You can email jer@mulqueen.com. We'll pop that up in a little bit. Or myself, you can email me at any time. At Darren@mulqueen.com. A lot of people put an S on the end, but there is no S on the end. Just singular, Darren@mulqueen.com. We do have the CD for the Sketch-A-Stitch. If Trevor made that CD on kind of the fundamentals of how to use Sketch-A-Stitch, we just made sure that was on there. Is it okay to still offer that for free with the purchase of the FTC?
Yes, I think we can still get some more. If you run out, I think we can still get some.
So we're going to offer, if you do buy the full software, 11 hours of Floriani FTCU training. This is by a guy named Mark Garrett, who we always had come to our shows, but he's off the road, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But it's always fun to talk with him about his previous jobs that he had. Have you ever talked to him about those?
Oh gosh, yes.
Yes.
I've traveled with him.
Oh, did you? Oh, that's
Yeah.
amazing. Oh, that's cool. You mean
Yeah.
traveled now or back then?
Back then. He doesn't
really?
he can't travel anymore, but when we were all traveling, we did several shows together and I traveled
That's
with him quite a bit.
nice.
Yeah.
So you got all the background information on him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Lots.
if you don't, I think it's really cool that back in the day, Mark worked with some of the famous guitar players, turning their guitars into a synthesized sound, like some of the big guitar players. And so he's an amazing computer guy, and he is the one that is teaching on this DVD, which is kind of cool. Got a huge, fun background.
Yep.
But I don't think there's any other questions. And if there is, we'll just get the answers for you.
All right.
Judy, thank you so much.
Thank you. And thanks everybody for staying and joining. And thank you for all the questions and look forward to seeing you guys.
Thanks for doing this on Saturday. I know that it's fun for us to do it on Saturday, but our special guests are generally off on Saturdays. So I do appreciate you coming and joining us on this lovely Saturday.
Sure, no problem. Love doing it.
And we'll see you
Take
again
care,
soon.
guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for joining us with this Floriani segment. Software, Jer's going to show us just real quick how to find it. We do have a couple of things that we want to share, and we have our...
Can you read that on the screen real quick for me?
I can't. That's too tiny.
I'll read it. Darren is so tall that he cannot walk through parking garages without getting a concussion.
Wow, that's... Yep.
You want to explain what the reason behind trying to make fun of you is?
Yeah. If you guys get our emails, how many of you get our weekly emails? And if you do get them, how many of you read the fine print at the bottom? We are a family company, and I do take advantage of that and put little funny things in there about, Jer over here.
Like one time, everyone was told that I sing the Titanic anthem or whatever their theme song when I get ready in the morning. I have a pet cat that I take on walks.
Yep. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. Some people say that they love the fine print. Dixie loves the fine print. I thought the last one was good about Jer's vegetable garden and how he has conversations with his cabbage.
Yep.
I don't know. I thought that. So here's our website. The very top is, whenever we do these live, we do like to put stuff on sale. So just know, even if it's not a item that we had talked about during our live, that we do still offer discounts on other items, but we do have some exclusive bundles. We're going to talk again real quick about Clash of the Cloth, but right below that, if you click on the balloons for the live specials, that is how you get into today's items that we've discussed. If you click on the Schmetz one, there's 3 bundles. This one is a kind of an easy category. If you've never seen a bobbin saver, you should buy one of those because they are way cool. It keeps your threads from unraveling and keeps your bobbins organized. We've carried them now for quite a while, so I'm sure you've seen them. I guess I didn't realize that they were from the same company that makes the Schmetz needles. But there's the 3 bundles, and they're bundled at a special price. You get this free 2 gifts with them, the pocket guide and the luggage tag that talks about the different needles, and all the information that we talked about this morning is in that. And they're 20% off the bundle price, which is kind of cool. And then that last item there on the page is the mat, which I actually put off to the side somewhere. But that mat that's a brand new updated mat that you can put your pins into, so that you know exactly what pins that not pins, but your needles, your Schmetz sewing machine needles. It tells you what size, if it's universal, if it's microtex, so every needle style is there. You get your needle into that segment, so that when you come back weeks later, you know exactly what needle that was. In the second one is the Kai Scissor, and just know they're all 20% off right now because of our live weekend. And the other category is Floriani. If you click on the Floriani category, you'll see that there's 2 segments below the Floriani category. And if you, you'll see one is for the software, like the FTCU. And just know that the 15 You Design It collections, they will come as soon as you install this program onto your computer. Floriani is going to send you those 15 You Design It's, but we will mail out the software or have it ready for you to pick up. We will give you the Walter Floriani book that I don't think we can get anymore. We just happen to have found some. We will give you the training from Mark Garrett's. So on the Floriani software, if you don't own any big software, this is the best that there is. You don't pay for any updates ever. If you have other brand software, every couple of years, there's a new update for another $500 or $600. Floriani doesn't charge that ever. As you can see, Jared's making a mess with all this confetti everywhere. Beverly, Chris, Pam, Joyce, Linda, and Susan, you all win tickets to the Sewing and Craft Festival, which I'm going to go grab one real quick. As you know that we have the Sewing and Craft Festival coming up, September 2 through 4 at Westworld. It's the biggest show of Arizona, and it's normally in January, but this is a special one in September. And we did offer some of those tickets. You can still purchase the tote bundle. The tote bag is behind Mr. Jer. It's the item on the wall. It's a comic of my parents.
I'll show that comic real quick.
And the comic on the tote bundle is I went to Mulqueen and got a sewing machine for my husband. And my mom replies to her saying that sounds like a pretty good trade, sewing machine for a husband. And so that is on the tote bag. It's called the Ultimate Tote. And we are giving 2 tickets to the Sewing and Craft Festival and the 2022 calendar. Right? Next year's 2022 already.
Yeah.
That's coming up quick. So you'll have your calendar ready already. It's on our website under Mulqueen demonstrated items if you're looking for that bundle. And
Who interrupted us?
just so you know, we're still going to donate $5 each bundle of that tote bag to JDRF, which is a Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Hey, that's Ken, my brother, and a microphone. Look how much taller I am than you.
And a flying microphone. Yeah, but you're standing in
Oh
front
yeah,
of it.
that's right. I'm way up front.
Someone said, I just saw the post before coming in. Someone said you should put the apron on. It looks better on a person.
That's Linda who actually made the.
Oh, is
Which
that
one?
it?
Yeah.
This one?
No, the gathering one.
Gathering one.
Gathering. I was amazed. The first one came in. It was like, oh, you won.
Yeah, Jimmy
And then
Tran made the animal bag. That was the very first one that we got.
And then the next one came in. It was like, oh my God, that's going to be tough. And then the third thing came in. It
Uh-oh.
was like,
Here, switch on to the camera.
I'll wear it up high.
there you go.
Yeah, that didn't look so
I
good.
don't know about that.
So
Dad, what do you have to show us?
So, well,
Just-
on the voting on the other ones,
Yeah.
did you tell them that things are getting awfully close on
Yeah.
a couple?
If-
Um,
if you could go to mulqueen.com, click on the Clash of Class.
Here, let me just show them.
Cloth.
well, it'll be right on the front page. I'll run in and pull it here as soon as I'm done showing a couple.
Well, we're going to let them vote for another 15, 20 minutes or so.
Oh.
Yep.
But let me show them how to vote one more time real quick. So that way we can...
There's two or three that are like, 2 are tied. They actually had the same amount of votes. And it does affect the place of how much of the gift card that they get. So make sure you vote. We're going to go ahead and call it here in a few minutes. Go to mulqueen.com, click on the Clash of the Cloth little logo there, and then it shows all 9 items. And it shows you the 3 fabrics they had to use, and then just click the drop down and choose whichever one that you are wanting to vote for, and then click your name, email address, whether you want to subscribe to our email list or not.
I suggest yes, because then you get to see Darren bully me on a bi-weekly basis.
Yeah, I saw someone said they liked the fine print on the end of the emails. I saw it just a little bit ago. That came through there, but I'm always looking forward to it.
Yeah,
myself.
we only send it. You only get what, 1 to 2 emails per week, and it's always specials or kind of what's going on that week. But I think the best part about it, I wasn't signed up until Darren started bullying me on it. So now I've found a love for the emails, because then it motivates me to come up with something actually creative for these weekends so I can bully Darren back.
That's right. So just know all of the different ones. There's 9. Please do your voting now, and we will pick the winner here in a few moments. And
So,
this is going to be our segment for some Mulqueen stuff.
Yeah.
Ken Mulqueen uses Floriani software to do all this.
oops,
Go ahead.
this one's
That camera.
We'll show you on that one.
up top one.
There you go.
So hot off the press. That one just came off the embroidery machine, and I had to go back. That's my test sew. So brand new one. He'll be available next week probably.
What's it called?
Santa's Sleigh. So he was all laser kit. I digitized him, and then I realized I forgot his nose. So then I had to go back and redigitize, and now I realized I forgot his eyes. So
I thought it was under his bushy mustache.
he'll be finished today sometime. And then
So these are all applique. You can do it by sewing machine or embroidery machine if you have a certain size hoop. So what's the next one?
oh, that one's actually that one we've had for a while. I don't know if I had showed Belvedere the last time. So he's new, and I'm not sure if it was the other one. A little watermelon guy, the ant up top that's got the little piece of watermelon. He came off cute. I don't know if he was shown last time or not. I know the fox wasn't. I just finished Fox, or the Thanksgiving. I forget the name of him, but he's Thankful Visitor from Quilt Doodle. And that one's on the site. That one's ready to go. And then if I grab these real quick.
These are all available under the balloons for special event on our website, and then click on the applique section.
Yeah. So online, since I haven't been able to figure out how to get our website to let you pick a towel when you choose the kit. So all the kits are on sale for $9 online, and the kit includes the embroidery file, a coupon to download the embroidery file, plus all the pieces laser cut out.
And backed.
So, and what's that? Oh yeah, and they're all stainless seamed and ready to go. And then the towels are 20% off. So right there, you can go over and choose your own towel. So the kits are $9 because you have to go and actually pick or buy a towel separate. What was the watermelon? I think I had the gnomes last time. I think I had those done, but then my favorite one is my little flamingo that I actually came up with. And there's about a dozen left. These are $10 a piece, but it's the pattern, all the fabric cut out, and the teal towel. So I have some of those. We'll start selling just the flamingo that you can put on whatever other towel you want. But right now for $10, it comes with the towel. So, but I have about 9 more. If you want to go back off of that one, Jerry, I think I'm done. So I have 9 or 10 more embroidery files that are virtually done that I just have to go in and touch up. So more kits every couple weeks. I better get on the screen there.
And
more kits.
Linda Spradling, I don't know if you're offering that pattern for your gathering apron. Somebody's asking about that. I don't know if that's your design, or you don't mind to comment that, but
That would be cool.
so Kenny, when you digitize those, we were packaging them with a towel.
Yeah.
And now we're detowelizing them.
So in the store, they're all on sale right now for $12 a kit, but you'd go pick your pattern, the laser kit, and then you'd go pick a towel to go with it. I haven't been able to figure out how to make the website do that. So the towels are on sale, and then the kits are on sale separate. So you just buy them separate, pair them up however you want, or you don't have to buy a towel. If you want to just get the applique and sew the pieces on whatever your project is, or quilt, or whichever.
That is way cool.
So, but so far, so good today. I've enjoyed the presentations.
How about I read these memoirs of these projects
As we scan.
while you go get the actual tallies of the projects.
Are we ready for tallies now?
In about 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
So I'm going to read these guys.
Jared's going to move cameras to this one. Although a couple of these are now messed up. I'm sorry. We made a mess of our table. So go ahead and read them, Jared, as I'm
All right. So I'll
showing these off.
read these. So for the first one, it says, "Hi, Jer. Encloses my entry for the Clash of Cloth contest. I made an apron and a coaster. Thought I could use the coaster to puzzle about what I would make for dinner, then use the coaster to sit a glass of cold iced tea on while slaving over a hot stove with my apron on. I had a lot of fun making them," and that's Deanna Smith. So that's going to be the adjustable apron, which is this guy right here. So that's number 4. Darren's going to go ahead and just pan over some of those real quick. Now this next one I have, it says Deborah Cattleman, all front fabric from Mulqueen's, other 2 fabrics on the back. Used all but a couple inches of the 3 Clash fabrics. And that's that. And then this next one, actually.
And you really don't have to write a letter.
No.
It was just that you did take the time to write them. So
I'm going to switch over to me real quick. Show you guys this one real quick. Put a picture of
the gathering
I
apron.
believe it's her wearing the gathering apron. Linda Spradling, but I'll go ahead and read it real quick. Bear with me. I can't read cursive, but
You didn't learn cursive in school.
I did.
Oh, did you?
But that was in like 3rd grade.
A couple years ago.
When the season's fruits and vegetables are ready to pack, you no longer have to balance them on in one hand. With a gathering apron, and something, I don't know, it's all gathered together. It's all gathered together. But this is from Linda Spradling. Just showing you guys that she can. I'll actually show you the second picture, how she took a picture with looks like squashes and eggplants or something like that, zucchini maybe. There you go. And the last one that I have a note for is going to be for actually let me show you that one real quick. So the quilt one from Deborah Cattleman was going to be this quilt right here. I forgot to show that. Then the gathering apron by Linda Spradling is this guy right here. And now I'm going to be talking about Jimmy Tran's bag. So it's the little animal bag. And I'll go ahead and read this off. "I'm excited to present to you the wild animal bag I made for Clash of the Cloths. Using a pattern and my own pocket ideas, I portrayed the animal environment in the jungle. Our critters live off the fruit, trees, in a happy environment. I used the AccuQuilt 2.5-inch strip die to make the bag, and all of the animals are made out of the owl dye. This bag can be used as a fun to-go bag or a diaper bag. I used all the fabric and a bit over 1.5 yards for this bag. Maybe even 2 yards. Oh, don't forget, every bag needs an accessory bag to go with it. I hope this inspires our viewers. Jimmy Tran. P.S. This is only my 2nd bag I made." Well, if that's only the 2nd bag you made, you've got a lifetime of quilting and sewing success in front of you. You did a good job with that one, Jimmy. So let me just put it on to Darren real quick. There's a little accessory bag.
That is cool.
You guys are all so talented. So
10 Sisters was number 9. That's Tracy Edwards. She is going to do a class, hopefully, with us on doing the grid method. of 10 sisters.
So while we're waiting for Ken to bring in the votes, or Dad, how about I show them this?
And let me show you one more time. I just thought this was crazy.
Okay, go ahead.
On Kyra Vega's, let me fold this inside out because it's reversible. It's the tic-tac-toe board. So this holds all your pieces for your tic-tac-toe. But wow, look at all the different colors of fabric. But it's actually the same fabric, just with different color tulle over the top of it, and then
That's
decorative
awesome.
stitch down. That's a good way to change the look of your fabric. So that's the same fabric in strips with the kind of cool idea of putting tulle over the top to change the color. So this actually, all your pieces will store inside.
Can I show them
Yeah.
version 2's flyer? Can I show them that right now?
Oh, yeah. So somebody asked, are we going to do this again? Are we going to have a...
Clash of the Cloth August edition?
Oh, it looks like we are. We're going to do this again.
It does. So there's only one little one twist to this guy. I think I didn't put the new flyer on.
Oh, you didn't?
So
That's okay, though.
go ahead and talk about it, and I'll get it up there.
Well, that's all right. We're going to do this again. I know it's a rush. We were debating on whether we did it required 2 months of working on it, but we're going to go ahead and do where it's due. I think it was August 17th. It'll come up on the screen again. So if you are interested in taking part of Clash of the Cloth to the August edition, it's we'll have the fabric. The fabric's already ready, but we do need the project back by the 14th of August. We want people that are interested in doing this, like the first round. We give you the fabric for free. There is no real rules other than it must contain at least 50% of our fabric that we offer. So you get 3 free yards of fabric, and then everybody wins something. If your prizes are higher up, it's obviously a much larger gift card. And what we're going to do is the first place winner of this round, we will keep that info. We're not going to keep the project this time. We're going to have a contest as like a grand finale at some point, maybe after
Like 6 months or something like
six
that.
months worth of like all the first places of each month and then they'll go head to head if that's something that it sounds interesting to you. I always think that's kind of cool.
So one thing I want to add to this one, so this first one, we didn't specify that all of the projects are either going back to the owners or we're keeping them. So what we're doing for August, before you volunteer yourself, we are going to auction off in a silent auction every one of the 10 contestants' projects. So do not enter yourself in to win if you don't want to make something and not get it back, because we're going to auction it off completely for charity. Every dollar is going to go towards the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation, which is near and dear to all of our hearts in the Mulqueen family. So we're going to ask that only the people who vote, or only people who are fine with not keeping their project and having it auctioned off to go towards charity, those are the people we would prefer if you.
And I think that
volunteer.
everybody here would do that. They would allow that. It's just we didn't kind of make that as a point, so we don't want to keep your items. But for the August one, you're doing it to win prizes, so you'll get some sort of placement and a prize, and then we will definitely auction off to whatever, somebody might say, oh, those are weird colors, because they're supposed to be. But I think you guys did an amazing job, every one of you, creating something so unique. And even though people looked at the fabric and said, I have nothing that comes to mind that I could make with that, every one of you did such a good job. You're very creative. And so we are going to, my brother is tallying up the votes for this go round. And it's exciting to see two of them were tied. They had the same vote count, and hopefully that has changed. So Teresa Leonard's asking, how do we donate to your charity? It's JDRF. And I looked up the charity, and it was like, you know how when you have a charity you're wanting to donate to and you wonder how much goes to administration costs and all of the other stuff and how much actually goes to the actual cause. The JDRF does seem like it's very small, goes to advertising and administration, that the majority goes directly to trying to figure out how to make it easier for kids to live with type 1 diabetes. I did this morning, I was running a little late because I had to change my little guy's Dexcom that we put on his arms. We change arms every 10 days with that, so we don't have to finger prick anymore, so that's pretty cool. He likes that feature.
I have 5 people picked so far.
Oh,
so
good.
if you want to do it, go ahead and comment that you would like to do it, please. I can pick 5 more people out of the group.
So anybody else that's interested? Yeah, Ruth Gwynn, I understand. Ruth Gwynn, this is hers. And she's got a lot of pieces to it. And I know that, whose was this one?
Lynn Campbell.
Lynn Campbell's teddy bear. We know that that's going to a good cause. So those two are already, I know they're going back. And I would imagine, I know that Kyra Vega with her tic-tac-toe board, she said that we could use that for our fun club event. So we might wind up just going in and buying that to donate the proceeds of that. Did you pick Jane Wilcox?
I did. I've gotten, so far I have Robin DiMarino, Dixie Hedges Lloyd, Sherry L. Steber, Joyce Klinkert, Mary Hamill, Martha Arambula, I believe is her last name, Patty Miller, Jane Wilcox. So I have...
Robin, I think the Dexcom does work with type 1 and type 2. It just allows us to monitor. I can look at an app on my phone and see exactly what his blood sugar is. And he's such a trooper that he wants to do the insulin pump. He's excited for that. So we have a meeting, a class next month on that.
Stacy O. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more person. Get one more person in here. So I have 9 people so far.
So we have a couple of other specials. I wanted to let you know the first orders that we do pack will come with extra gifts that kind of a limit to the supply of these, but they will be put into the package before it ships out to you. And so you can take advantage of some specials and get a free gift. Facebook user says we can keep my quilt to auction. I'll have to figure out who that is. We'll reach out to everybody that made a project just to make sure of your choice on that. I wanted to turn this on. I know we've been talking about thread already. We just had a couple of extras of these kits. If you don't use Aurifil yet, but you've been thinking about it, or if you already use it, you'll know that these are a good deal. Whoops, wrong camera. But even though it's called Love Notes Thread Kit, it's just Aurifil threads, and you can see that you get Just a nice variety of colors. And there's two colorways. One is called Red, White, and Bloom. These are designed for a Kimberbell kit. If you check our website under Mulqueen demonstrated items, so first you'll click on the balloons for the event specials, and then you click on Mulqueen demonstrated items, and these are about 30% off, if not a little bit more, but I think they're 30% off. And there's only like, I think 2 of one and 6 of the other. So that's one of our upcoming specials while they last. And I just wanted to show you those if you're interested in those while they are available.
All right, we got the last person.
Awesome.
So I'm going to put the camera on me real quick while you're over there. That's not me. This is right here. So I have all 10 contestants. I have Robin DiMarino, Dixie Hedges-Lloyd, Sherry L. Steber, Joyce Klinkert, Mary Hamill, Patty Miller, Jane Wilcox, Martha Arambula, Stacy O, and Sandy Rodriguez. So go ahead and email me. I'll post my email up right here. And let me know which one of the 3 stores you'd like to pick it up at. If you're not local in Arizona, if you're out of state, we do ship. But if you're in the state, please stop by Monday or Tuesday of next week to pick it up, because we're also having the Christmas in July sale. So we'll get a little bit more on that in a little bit. But there's my email, jarrettmulqueen.com. Oh, last name is O'Rourke. Alrighty. So one thing I want to point or to kind of hint on the following month. So we did the last one that we're tallying up right now. We did that in June for July, which is now. And then this one for July will be done, and we'll be announcing the winners in August. Well, when we pick the people for August, we're also doing a little spin-off competition. We're going to take, so we have obviously 3 generations in the store, but we're going to take myself and my cousin Declan and possibly my sister Ashling, and go head-to-head versus Keith, Darren, and Ken. And we're going to basically have you guys vote if the 3rd generation is better than the 2nd generation or vice versa. So there's no preview of the clashing fabric that you will be using. Sorry. It's kind of like...
You want to announce them? No?
Dad, you don't want to announce the winners?
Oh, he has a customer.
Oh.
The store is open, by the way.
Oh yeah, the store, we are open. So we're actually, if you've been in the store before and you've taken classes here, we're actually in the classroom. So we've taken over, well, Darren, point behind you. All of that is where the TV was up on the wall. Kathy Brown would do her demos inside of there. Out here is where the cables drop down from the ceiling. So we're out in the middle of the classroom. I'm actually tucked in a corner. Darren gets to roam free. There's a cage on the other side of me, actually. Yep. They don't let me out very much. So no. Oh, thank you, Kyra. So
we, when I heard about that I'm going to have to make something for the clash, I was like, what? But I'm excited.
Yeah, so we got
we got to show these young whippersnappers a thing or two.
It'll be funny when the young whippersnappers are the ones that win, because I've been in the business the longest as far as the 3rd generation, but they've been in it 40. Most of you have been in 40 years or
30, 40.
Yeah.
I'm not even 40 years old yet, Jared.
Okay.
Hey, so is it Ken, Keith, and I?
They're afraid of people who talk to cabbage.
Yes, I would be too, Mary.
That's funny.
Is it Ken, Keith, and I against you, Declan,
Ashling.
and Ashling?
Yeah.
Or am I making something, Ken's making something?
No, it's the 3 of you combined.
Okay.
So I think I know what you guys are going to do. Ken's going to kill it. Yeah, right. I know exactly what he's doing. He already told me what he's doing. So.
What? It's not fair.
Well, it's it's definitely not fair because he's got all the technology to
Laser
utilize.
cutter
Well,
and all that.
he's got the laser cutter, everything. So
Oh, that.
I've got a
can-
rotary cutter. I'm gonna go old style.
Yep.
I doubt if the young whippersnappers are going to win. The old guys will win.
Thank you, Deborah. Oh, did you call me old?
Yeah,
But
the old guys.
Thank you anyway. So thank you for everybody doing the
progress.
Clash of the Cloth. There's 5 prizes
We'll
that
post
are
them up.
that are the top prizes, and then 6 through 9. Just know that instead of the $10, we're going to double that to $20. I think that is only appropriate. I mean, we're giving away a lot, but it was a fun contest. You want to pop them up on the screen? These are the winners. The winners are tallied.
Yeah, so I'll take that and then
Give that to Jer.
So do you want to start in 10th place?
I would do like,
Or do you want to go 5th place?
yeah,
Start at 5th place and then go up to 1st, and then the remainder get the $20
Yeah.
gift cards? Okay.
I think that's perfect. Everybody, just know that you did a great job. I think some things maybe showed better on photos just because, it's just the way it is. But everybody should be getting the first prize. But just, I hate having to pick winners. But luckily, we didn't pick these winners, right, Jer?
No,
It was.
luckily I didn't.
How many votes were there? It was just over 1,000 votes.
Wow.
And
All right.
First place, I think, had a lot of them. The first,
So, all right. 5th place, we have. Make sure so I don't screw anything up.
yeah, don't screw this up, Jared. Just like
All right.
the Academy Award or whatever.
Ready?
Yep.
You sure?
5th place winner is
Deborah Cattleman, number 7, the quilt. So congratulations. Go ahead and email me. I'm just going to keep my email up so that way you guys know what it is. So we can do it that way. I'm going to hide over here. When Darren comes back, he'll go on that half. But so congratulations, Deborah. You got let's post that real quick too. You win a $25 Mulqueen gift card. You can use it on our website. You can use it in the stores. So email me and I'll send you the code for the gift card. All right. And so I'm going to go ahead and take that down.
it was 3rd and 4th place that had the same exact count, but it did change. So now there is a definite winner.
Okay.
And you have that sheet there.
I do. So 4th place. 4th place, we have Kyra Vega, the tic-tac-toe board. So congratulations, Kyra. Actually, it's funny because Kyra's was asked about the most as far as like, we want the pattern. So, but yeah, good job, Kyra. Congratulations. Email me and I'll send you a gift card. You win a $30 Mulqueen gift card. So Darren, who do we have next?
3rd place winner.
3rd place.
And just remember, it wasn't us that voted. Don't blame us.
No, it was 1,000 customers that voted actually. So 3rd place we have, make sure, Chef Appel by Ruth Gwynn. Congratulations, Ruth. You win, let's see, a $40 Mulqueen gift card. So congratulations. Email me and I will send you that code. And now for the 2nd place.
Well, yeah, this doesn't tell who's first, but yeah.
No, it doesn't tell
Okay.
who's first.
2nd place winner is
It's Jimmy Tran, and for a guy that's only made his 2nd bag, that's not too bad. He had over, I want to say, just shy of 400 votes. Where the next winner
it was 300 some odd for Jimmy.
Yeah, and
400, just over 400 for 1st place.
there was a difference, but it was very close for a while. So Jimmy, let's see what you win. you're going to win a $50 Mulqueen gift card. So email me and I will get you that code. All right, Darren.
I wonder if we should have made some of them bigger and not so big on the first place. That's a big gift card.
That's a big gift card.
That's coming out of your.
I know I have to pay for all this stuff. Like
Yeah.
every one of these tickets,
Jared has to buy.
these tickets right here, I have to buy them. We have 10,000 of them.
He doesn't really have to do
All right.
that. First place.
You know who it is, Darren?
Of course I do.
All right. Well, first place. Let's see. Actually, first place. Anyone in the comments? Can you guess who it is? We get some
And,
suspense.
If you guys, if you were 6th through 9th, you know, I just want to thank you for doing this. We feel that everybody deserved to be first. Drum roll, Mary.
All right. What do we have here? All righty. So first place is the teddy bear with the hat, Lynn Campbell. Congratulations.
Thank you to everybody.
Good job. So thanks for everyone that entered into that. Let me know if the people that sent them to us or dropped them off wherever you brought them, we will send them back to that location and you can pick them up by the middle of next week. So,
And we're definitely
Get
going to
those
do
back.
this monthly. So hopefully, yeah, people were guessing the teddy bear. And I did see on our Facebook, a lot of people were picking the teddy bear. But they were also awesome. And we want to thank everybody for all the effort they put into it. We can't wait to see the next ones. Just if you're picked, Jared has your info. Are they going to get you? We need whoever won or is selected for the next round of Clash of the Cloth, the August version. We need your email and your info.
yeah, so you're going to go ahead and email me. I'll put my email up one more time. Email me. That way I can either get your fabric shipped out or you can come pick it up in the store that's closest to you. So either here in the Mesa location, Tempe, or Glendale. Alrighty.
And so we will have the same prizes for next time. I'm just going to bump up the 6 through 9. There was 10, but one was found out that they wouldn't have time. So we have 9 entrants, but next time it hopefully will be 10. And we're bumping up the 6 through 10. We're doubling the gift card just because you guys put so much time into this, and we want to thank you so much for doing that.
How about we do the wheel one more time?
Okay,
I have 3 more tickets, so we'll do it 4 more times. We gave away what, a $10 gift card earlier, so we'll do
Yep.
another $10 gift card and 3 tickets. We'll pick 4 more people.
Yeah, if hopefully they're local and they can
Yeah.
go to the show. If not, I'm sure somebody that you know could use the ticket. Thank
All right.
you.
So let me switch over to where we at. This camera right here. Wow,
That's tripling.
all right. Let's see who we have.
Yeah, that is a fancy prize wheel.
All Darren's idea. Who do we have? Susan Coquillard. She actually already won a ticket.
I know.
Yeah. So I'll take you out of there, and then I'll go. So you already won a ticket.
Well, Susan, on the wheel or some other way?
On the wheel, or no, some other way. She won.
So then we owe her a $10 gift card.
Okay,
We
we'll
can't-
give her the $10 gift card. So
Susan-
Susan, you email me and I'll give you the gift card as well as find out where you want your ticket to be sent. And yeah. So the next one,
What's this for? Ticket?
this is for a ticket. Kyra Vega.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Congratulations, Kyra. You have a ticket to the fair or the Sew and Craft Show.
In addition to the winning one of the prizes of the contest.
All right, this one's for a ticket as well. That's going to be Vicky Ruth. Whoops, I have her in there twice. Oh well. So Vicky Ruth, congratulations, you won that ticket. And we'll go with the next one. Carol Clark, congratulations. And the fourth ticket that I will be giving out. Chris Bernard. Darren's over there hiding somewhere, but yeah, if you email me at jarrettmulqueen.com, let me know where you want to pick up your tickets. And Susan, go ahead and email me and I'll send you your gift card. So that way everything gets sorted out correctly. And Susan, also let me know where you would like to pick up your ticket. So what do you have over there, Darren?
I would like to just do a quick couple of demos and then we'll call it good. I think that we have a few more minutes. This here, oh, that's blurry. Let's see if we can get that cleared up there. This is a piece of fabric. And this is a friction pen, which if you don't know what a friction pen is, you'll be very excited about it. If you do know them already, I think you'll be excited about the offer that we have. On your fabric, when you're marking your fabric, you can use a friction pen to draw on the fabric. And I don't know if you can really see that, but when I zoomed in, it kind of blurred. Can you see that at home? So those are my markings, and now all I have to do is use my iron and the marking goes away. So you can draw anywhere on your fabric, and then the friction of the pen, or the iron, sorry, the heat is causing it to go away. You can draw on a piece of paper and use the back side of it to make the lines go away. And this is probably not showing up very well on being so far away, but maybe it is a little bit. I'll make all of the lines go away. So it's just the heat that's making the ink go away. The idea of these friction pens is they're about $3 a piece, but we have about 20 that are sealed inside these capsules. There's 3 of them inside the capsule. So we have about 20 of these, and they're only $6. So they're on our website for $6. You get 3 friction pens inside the tube. They are available in the store, and they're available on our website while supplies last. Normally they're about $3 a piece. That's kind of cool. Kay was showing me this yesterday, and so I thought, oh, that's really cool. Can I show it to everybody? Everybody knows our wonderful Kay Corman. She has made this. She does all of our samples of OESD that we have in the store. It's a tremendous amount of work because she does a lot of them. But this is the newest wall hanging. Everything is hinged. And it's all done in the embroidery machine. It's OESD. This one doesn't come out until August, so this is just a preview. Hopefully we're allowed to show it. Just know that we will have them in stock very soon. And we thought that was so cool that we thought we would show that to you as a brand new item by OESD. And so that is exciting. We do still have some of these. They are a magnetic grabber. It comes with this cover so that if you take the cover off, you can drop all your pins as you pick them up if you dropped them, or you can just use the grabber without the cover and pick up your pins. And we have a new reduced price on these for $6.50. It does have the Mulqueen logo on it, and it is also a flashlight so that when you are trying to pick up your pins on the ground, you can see what you're doing. And it does, if you could shine on the bigger camera up top, you can see how big this, here will you switch Mr. Camera up to the top one. So you can see how big it is. So you could pick up anything on the ground, unless you're 6 feet 6 inches with short arms. No, but I can bend over just a hair and pick up off the ground. But it is a wonderful tool to pick up anything metal at a distance. Just thought we would run that by you one more time. We have a few of those left, and it does have, of course, our Mulqueen logo on it on the handle, which is kind of cool. And I wanted to show you we've been out of stock on these for a while. We finally got them back in stock. The magnetic hoops. There's if you have a 5x7 machine, 6x10, which is your embroidery field, just depending on what size hoop you can use for edge-to-edge quilting. The largest one is 10.5 by 16. Just wanted to throw that out there that these are back in stock and they're on sale on our website. What else, Jer?
I would like to add, Kyra Vega is actually going to be out of town. So she gave her ticket to Sherry L. Steber,
Oh, that's nice.
who I believe, nope, she did not win a ticket yet. So, yeah. And then Chris Bernard won 2 tickets today, but they're going to just keep that second one. So
Okay.
they got lucky. But I'm going to give away another one in a little bit, so that way it's multiple people win.
And if you're interested in the tote bag with the calendar from Jen Lopez, who created our comic with my mom and dad on it. I wanted to pay her for it. I wasn't asking to have her do it free. I wanted to buy it from her, the cartoon, but she refused. That's how nice of, and I would love to support her. Her comics are wonderful. They're real stuff that really happens to quilter families. So you get the By the Yard comic for quilters, calendar, 12 month wall calendar. You get the Mulqueen tote bag and 2 tickets to the Sewing and Craft Show coming up in September. Can't believe it's coming up so fast. When we started talking about the show, it was like so far away that we really didn't talk much about it.
April that it was, we were told.
Yeah.
It's already almost 4 months ago.
And if you bring this wonderful tote bag to the show, there's a chance that we will come up and throw gifts into it. You don't bring it to our booth and say, hey, I want my gifts. But just randomly, we're going to see people walking around the show carrying their tote bag, and we're going to find you and put some fun things in your bag.
You might get lucky and I'll stuff Darren in one of your bags.
You know, you never know.
So Chris Bernard gave this ticket to Robin DiMarino.
Thanks, Irma. Irma loves her bag. So everybody, thank you for joining us today. I think is that about it? Southwest Embroidery Conference is in December. Quite a few people just signed up from me talking about it earlier. The way it works is it's either December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, or it's December 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. We are going to do 2 days with the OESD Embroidery Company. We supply the machines, we supply everything. And thank you, Martha. So we supply all of the embroidery machines to be used for the 2 days of the embroidery section. After OESD is done with their segment, then my brother Ken will take over the class and do a project with everybody. And we have another gentleman named Jerry Granada, who's an amazing embroiderer, quilter. He is also going to do a project with everybody. So it's not only just OESD anymore. It's instead of going home right after OESD, we have all these machines. We have the hotel, ballroom, so we might as well do stuff and have wall-to-wall embroidery. And then next door, so for the 3rd day of your event, it'll be quilting. We're going to have 12 long arms that are all computerized. You're going to create something in the embroidery class that you'll bring over there to complete on a long arm machine. And we'll have Juki sergers, Juki straight stitch high speed machines. If you were at the last one, you can comment here just to let everybody know. But it's been it was so much fun. Our best event that we've ever done, because 3 days wall to wall sewing and quilting and embroidery. People really enjoyed it. So we're happy to do it again in December. And we're cutting it back to a limited amount of people, just so that it's not as full as normal. I'm in the works of creating a class with Trevor Conquergood again in January. Normally we do our Anita Good design in January, but it's going to be a Trevor Conquergood Floriani hands-on event in January, and then Anita Good design will be in our March spot. We normally do events January, March, July, and November. Those are our big events at hotels that we do. But it just didn't work out this time for Anita to do it in January, so we're going to reach out to get that scheduled for March. There's our logo, our Southwestern theme. I need to update it and put a long arm quilter machine. At the Sewing and Craft Show, Jared put on the screen there, we've had Floriani, Koala, Brother, Daylight, OESD, Juki, Blue Fig Roller Bag Company, Horn Cabinet Company, Janome, Kangaroo Cabinets, Handy Quilter. I know there's a few others that are still giving prizes. So at the Sewing and Craft Festival, one of our booths will be devoted to all of the prizes that are being given away. And so we'll have a 10 by 10 area showing the cabinet, the chairs. There's 3 different chairs, the scissors, the software bundles, the sewing machines, like everything that we're giving away. And you'll be able to get tickets at the show to put in our prize boxes, and pay attention to our emails, because we do also offer prize tickets here in the store. The more tickets you get to fill out, put your name and phone number, address, email on there, and bring it to the show to win different prizes, for your chance to win prizes. Marianne's asking about how do you get the tote bag. If you go to mulqueen.com, click on the special event balloon right on the home page, which Jared's at right now. Scroll down just a hair to that live event special. When you click on that, and then those are all of the companies we talked to. We thank you so much for your support with these companies. Schmetz Needles, 3 different bundles. They're on special. They're bundle price, and then they're on special on top of that. The Mulqueen demoed item, that's the tote bundle there, 2 tickets. They're $10 each. The calendar is $15. The tote bag is $10. $5 goes to the JDRF Foundation, the JDRF charity. F is foundation. But so $5 every tote bundle goes to that good cause. And so far with that tote bundle, we've been able to donate $500 to them, which there was a weekend, like a day that they offered triple. Somebody matched or tripled what we donated. So we were able to donate $1,500 just from these tote bags, which is way cool. So to top it all off, you also have a chance to win extra prizes if you can go to that show. If you can't go to the show, it's still a cool bundle and you still get a great calendar that'll keep you laughing all year long. And don't we all need that, Jer?
We do. I'm muted. We do.
That's right. So thank you, everybody. I think that we're going to start looking for special guests for next month.
Yeah. Anyone have any idea who we should bring on? Besides me, because obviously you need me.
Yeah, you have to be here.
I'm everyone's favorite. See, it says right here.
Oh, yeah, that is why. Jared's the favorite Mulqueen. We have Ken. What was I going to have Ken do this month? But he's doing it next month. My brother Ken's going to do some sort of demo. I can't remember what it was. Oh, the new FOF air thread surger that we have sitting right here. The Admire Air 7000.
For like a month now.
So that's going live next time. We'll have our own little surprise. We'll have Clash of the Cloth 2. It's August 21st. Is that the third Saturday?
August 21st.
So join us for another day of guests. If you have any recommended guests, if you saw a guest from previous months that you want to see again, let us know. Because I think at some point we are going to
Lorelei and Creative Feet.
Yeah, I should have
Lorelei.
player. Lorelei, yeah, Lorelei actually lives in Arizona. Yep, Marianne, JDRF is Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Thank you, Julie. We love you as well.
Looking forward to the show. We'll see you guys at the show.
Yeah,
I'm excited for the show.
the show is over Labor Day weekend, so I hope that people plan on staying home so they can go to the show. I'm hoping that we can get some people there to make it worthwhile. We have 30 booths.
That following week too is something big. There's Genomi's unveiling a new machine.
Yep.
And so I'll be going live that week actually too. Talk about the new machine.
Jared will be in San Antonio, I think it is.
Yeah, San Antonio with my dad, Ken.
Ken.
Yeah, you ever met him?
My brother Ken, your dad?
Yeah.
Yep. You
He's
know,
actually he's your cousin's cousin. Did you know that?
oh really? No.
Yeah.
Is that twice removed?
Something like that, yeah.
We also are going to do we're going to have a brand new Genomi embroidery machine here. They're not going to have enough for us to do a hands-on class right away, but we will have the new Genomi machine in September. And once you get back, then we're going to go live with the machine to do an unveil of everything new with Genomi.
Put my email up again.
So we love Genomi. Genomi makes such a nice machine. And they're coming out with a new top-of-the-line machine this year.
The event is at Westworld in Scottsdale, and the location or the
Southwest Embroidery Conference? No,
in September.
Okay.
And the dates are September
2nd
to the 4th.
2nd through 4th. It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Oh, and Christmas in July. So
Oh yeah, thank you, Martha.
we're coming this starting this Monday, running all the way through Saturday. So 6 days long. The whole store for the most part's on sale, but we have big clearance sections. Our whole website's on sale. So if you're watching from out of state, you guys can purchase some stuff on there. Mary said I need to be a comedian. I come up with some great stuff.
That would be good. So next week, Monday through Saturday, we got approval from Bridget Mulqueen, my mom, to do 20% off all of our fabric. So if you're at home, not in Arizona, or here in Arizona, our fabric is 20% off wide backings, which we never discount, off of the $9.95 fabric that we never discount, on the $7.95, on our $6.95 fabric here in the store, off Cuddle. So it's off all of our fabric.
But minimum half yard cuts.
Minimum half yard cut. That is one of our deals on that. In the room behind us, on the other side of our banner there, we have our closeout fabric. It's only available online, but it's $4.95 a yard. If you click on our website and go to fabric, it'll say $4.95 fabric, and that is also 20% off, but that is only on our website.
What's this thing? The thing that's coming across right here?
Oh yeah. There's only 72 people left watching us. If every one of you,
But most of them are on YouTube.
okay. I know that this will be replayed. Usually we get a couple to 3,000 views. If you don't mind to like, subscribe, and hit the little bell after you hit subscribe on our YouTube channel. That's going right. That play button is right there. Then every time we go live, you'll be notified.
Every time.
So like, subscribe. We always appreciate. We're trying to get to 5,000 subscribers, because then we're going to give away $5,000 worth of prizes. So help us get noticed on YouTube.
That's like a whole year's worth of my paychecks.
Yeah.
I can't believe I have to pay for that.
One last one there once we get to 5,000. All right, everybody. Until next month, or we'll see you in the store, hopefully. Right, Jer?
Yeah. I'll be here.
Love you.
Bye, guys.